Chapter 1869. After entering the lake, Duan Lingtian noticed that the aura had become even stronger. It's at the bottom of the lake. After diving into the lake, Duan Lingtian dove straight to the bottom of the lake as if he was walking on flat ground. The lake water was no obstacle to him. Algae covered the bottom of the lake, but there was not a single fish to be seen. There. Relying on the sensing of that aura, Duan Lingtian arrived at a group of algae. However, when he saw that there was nothing else in front of him apart from the algae, he could not help but feel puzzled. What's going on? That aura clearly came from here. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian manipulated the sun true origin and sent the algae flying. After the algae were sent flying, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. A palace appeared in his field of vision. It was a palace embedded in the bottom of the lake. Now, he was above the palace, and a transparent film like a canopy separated him from the lake water. I should be able to enter. Duan Lingtian tried to pass through the transparent membrane. He touched it with one foot and was not obstructed at all. It really works. Soon after, Duan Lingtian passed through the transparent membrane that was like a sky curtain and appeared in the sky above the ancient and magnificent palace. Now, when he looked up, Duan Lingtian could see that there was an opening in the void. Behind this opening was the bottom of the lake where he had been previously. The dragon cleansing pool is inside this palace? Withdrawing his gaze, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and appeared in front of the palace. Only now did he have the time to carefully examine the palace before him. The palace was not big, but it was filled with an ancient aura. It was mixed with the aura that had attracted Duan Lingtian to this place. The dragon cleansing pool is inside? Duan Lingtian did not stay outside the palace for long. His thoughts were all on the dragon cleansing pool. After pushing open the palace door and entering, Duan Lingtian was greeted by a white mist. 1. Read a book. Beneath the white mist was a huge pool filled with milky white liquid that emitted waves of attractive aura. This aura not only contained the rich aura of heaven and earth spiritual chi, but it also seemed to contain the aura of something else. This is the dragon cleansing pool? After Duan Lingtian activated his strange pupil, the white mist in front of him gradually thinned out, allowing him to see the dragon cleansing pond in its entirety. The dragon cleansing pond appeared to be an ordinary pond. However, there were 9 divine dragon statues all around it. The dragon tails of these divine dragon statues went straight into the dragon cleansing pool, while the dragon heads were attached to the edges of the palace. They opened their mouths and swallowed the faintly discernible spiritual chi of heaven and earth before transferring it into the dragon cleansing pool. Duan Lingtian came to the side of the dragon cleansing pool and tentatively reached his hand in. The milky white liquid in the dragon cleansing pool was cool to the touch. A rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth flowed into Duan Lingtian's body through his hand along with a mysterious power. After the mysterious power entered his body, the sun true origin in his body began to circulate according to the circulation route of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. Moreover, even the dragon energy that the 8-clawed divine dragon had given him that allowed him to transform into a dragon warrior became restless as the mysterious power entered his body. It was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, completely breaking free from Duan Lingtian's control. What's this? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he withdrew his hand in time. Only then did the true sun origin energy and dragon power in his body come to a stop. Go and... There's no problem. At the same time, Hua Lao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, reminding him that there was no problem with the dragon cleansing pool. Hua Lao, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard Hua Lao's words. Although he trusted Hua Lao very much, he still had some lingering fear from his earlier experience. For this reason, he immediately told Hua Lao about his experience. Don't worry. The dragon energy in your body only resonated with the energy in the dragon cleansing pool. If I'm not mistaken, not only will your cultivation base improve greatly after you enter the dragon cleansing pool, but you'll also obtain other benefits. Earlier, you said that your sun true origin automatically circulated according to your cultivation method. This means your cultivation method resonated with that energy as well. Hua Lao said, "It seems like the dragon cleansing pool is very suitable for you. Now, even I don't know what benefits you'll obtain after you enter the dragon cleansing pool. However, I'm certain there'll only be benefits and no disadvantages. That mysterious energy resonated with the dragon power in my body and the cultivation method I practice? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He did not find it strange that the mysterious energy resonated with the dragon energy in his body, since he had just obtained the dragon energy not long ago. The place where he obtained the dragon energy was in the same place as the dragon cleansing pool. They were only separated by a lake. However, he was puzzled by the fact that his cultivation method resonated with the mysterious energy. The cultivation method I cultivate is the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique created by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent. Even the Reincarnation Emperor Wu himself didn't cultivate it. After I came to the Dao Martial Saint Land, I cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. 9 divine dragon silhouettes would appear in my body to move the heaven and earth spirit energy and true origin. By right, since the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was created by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, it's impossible for it to have any connection with the energy in the dragon cleansing pool in the Saint Land. However, what's going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was created by the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, who once stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. However, even if the Rebirth Martial Emperor was at his peak, he was not worth mentioning compared to the current him. No matter how powerful the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was, he was only at the peak of Cloud Continent. Currently, he could be considered as a powerhouse in the entire Debussy subterranean. The dragon cleansing pool was the saint land of the Debussy subterranean dragons. No matter how Duan Lingtian thought about it, it was difficult for him to connect the two together. However, there was a connection that even he could not make sense of. Forget it. Since I can't figure it out, I'll just stop thinking about it. Since Hua Lao said there's no problem with the dragon cleansing pool, there should be no problem with it. After Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he no longer thought about it and leaped into the dragon cleansing pool in a flash. But as soon as Duan Lingtian entered the dragon cleansing pool, he discovered that the milky white liquid in the dragon cleansing pool had evaporated his long robe when it came into contact with the milky white liquid. If I knew this would happen, I would have taken off my clothes before coming in. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw this. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. His eyes suddenly widened before his body stiffened as though he had lost his soul. He fell and sank into the dragon cleansing pool. What's going on? Before his body fell, Duan Lingtian realized he had lost control of his body. However, his current situation was much better than when he had first entered the dragon cleansing pool. Apart from not being able to control his body, Duan Lingtian could still control his divine consciousness and observe his surroundings. I can control my body again. After a while, Duan Lingtian realized he had regained control of his body. After regaining control of his body, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that his body had become a mess in just a short while. First, the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool had surged into his body. Following that was the mysterious energy. It would be fine if that was all. The problem was that even the dragon energy hidden in his body had joined in. Together with his sun true origin and the 2 energies from the dragon cleansing pool, they were circulating according to the cultivation route of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian did not actively circulate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. It was circulating on its own. In fact, Duan Lingtian could not even stop even if he wanted to. He could only watch from the side. Is this still my body? Duan Lingtian felt bitter as he sensed the 4 energies circulating in his 99 saint veins. He felt as though his body had been taken over. Fortunately, everything seemed to be stable for now. His cultivation was also rising at an extremely terrifying speed. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool was on a completely different level compared to the mystical sky mansion spirit pool. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, it would not take long for him to completely absorb the latter. The former, on the other hand, seemed endless. Based on this speed, it won't be long before my cultivation base breaks through to the mastery eminent saint stage. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel his cultivation base was advancing rapidly. If he maintained this speed, he would be able to break through to the Mastery Eminent Saint stage in 10 to 15 days at most. What's going on? Just as Duan Lingtian was calming down, he discovered 2 of the 4 energies in his body were not behaving properly. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool and the sun true origin in his body were still fine. However, when the mysterious energy brought the dragon energy away from the group, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique stopped circulating on its own. Duan Lingtian could only circulate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique on its own. As expected, the circulation of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique is related to the mysterious energy. However, what's it trying to do now? Duan Lingtian discovered the mysterious energy had brought the dragon energy to every part of his body. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered his skin had begun to change. Scales that were clearly visible appeared on his skin. They were dragon scales. Not only that, but his hands and feet had also turned into dragon claws. Each of his dragon claws had 8 claws that gleamed coldly as though they could tear everything apart. What's going on? I haven't even mastered the method to completely transform into a dragon warrior, but it can help me transform into a dragon warrior. Chapter 1870. Duan Lingtian was even more shocked by what happened next. What? Read the book? Duan Lingtian discovered the dragon scales and claws on his body had undergone a shocking transformation when the mysterious energy merged with his body. Not only did his dragon scales become thicker, but they were also as black as ink. As for his dragon claws, each of his dragon claws originally had 8 claws. However, after the mysterious energy merged with his dragon claws, each of his dragon claws had a 9th claw. In other words, each of his dragon claws had 9 claws. 9 claws? Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck as he looked at his dragon claw. His face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. As far as he knew, the 9-clawed divine dragon was the most powerful existence among the dragons. Even in the Devata realms, a fully grown 9-clawed divine dragon was an overlord. They were as powerful as the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Previously, he had been bestowed with the dragonization ability by the 8-clawed divine dragon, allowing him to transform into an 8-clawed dragon warrior. However, he seemed to have transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior now. An 8-clawed dragon warrior is bestowed with the dragonization ability by the 8-clawed divine dragon. A 9-clawed dragon warrior is undoubtedly bestowed with the dragonization ability by the 8-clawed divine dragon. However, the mysterious energy in the dragon cleansing pool has bestowed me with the 9th claw and transformed me into a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Duan Lingtian clenched his dragon claws slightly and stretched his limbs. He could clearly sense the explosive power in his body. For example, the 9-clawed dragon claw on his left arm was much stronger than his previous 8 claws. Apart from that, the dragon scales on his body had also transformed. They had become thicker. Hua Lao! Duan Lingtian immediately called out to Hua Lao when he saw this. How did you do it? Hua Lao's voice trembled when he discovered Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. A 9-clawed dragon warrior is as rare as a phoenix's feather in the Devata realms. How did you become a 9-clawed dragon warrior? After knowing Hua Lao for so long, Duan Lingtian had never seen Hua Lao lose his composure like this. You want it? Look. Book at this moment, he was certain he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Hua Lao, it's because of the mysterious power I told you about earlier, Duan Lingtian explained. It's the power that resonates with the dragon power in my body and the cultivation method I practice. Before Hua Lao could reply, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something and his expression changed abruptly. It's gone. What the hell is going on? If I'm not mistaken, the mysterious force you mentioned should be related to the 9-clawed divine dragon. It seems like a 9-clawed divine dragon had once appeared in this mundane realm. If a divine dragon below the 8-clawed divine dragon encountered this force, it would cleanse their meridians and raise their innate talent. However, if an 8-clawed divine dragon encountered this force, it would have a chance of transforming into a 9-clawed divine dragon. Hua Lao's voice was solemn. Naturally, even if an 8-clawed divine dragon encountered this force, it would only have a chance of transforming into a 9-clawed divine dragon. However, since you're an 8-clawed dragon warrior, the conditions for transforming aren't that harsh. For this reason, it directly transformed you into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Although a 9-clawed dragon warrior is not as strong as a true 9-clawed divine dragon, it's comparable to a true 8-clawed divine dragon. With your Sun True origin that's comparable to an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse, if you activate your dragon power and transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, you'll be able to easily defeat an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage with just your combat ability alone. When Hua Lao reached the end of his sentence, a hint of shock could be heard in his voice. So strong, Duan Lingtian gasped. When Hua Lao found out Duan Lingtian could transform into an 8-clawed dragon warrior, he had merely said that even a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage would not dare to engage in a melee battle with him if he did not use any techniques. However, Hua Lao had just said Duan Lingtian could easily defeat an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage without using any techniques. Was the difference not a little too big? If I'm not mistaken, since that force resonated with your cultivation method, I'm sure your cultivation method must have undergone some changes as well. Hua Lao continued to speak. The benefits left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon are definitely not simple. Cultivation method? Changes? Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian began to carefully observe the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique circulation path. In the beginning it was still fine. However, as time passed, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. It's really changed. Duan Lingtian discovered although the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique circulation path was still the same as before, many inconspicuous details had changed. However, the changes in these inconspicuous details had doubled the efficiency of his cultivation. This is the benefit left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his breathing quickened again. He felt his trip to the dragon cleansing pool was worth it. Even if his cultivation base did not improve, it was still worth it. Whether it was the 9-clawed dragon warrior or the changes in the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, the impact on his future would be immeasurable. I wonder if there's any mysterious force left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon in the dragon cleansing pool. Following that, Duan Lingtian began to search the dragon cleansing pool with his divine consciousness. However, he discovered he could no longer find any mysterious force left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. Hua Lao, that force seems to have really disappeared. Will it appear again in the future? Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao. It won't appear again. Hua Lao said. At the same time, the members of the dragons who enter the dragon cleansing pool after 5,000 years won't be able to improve their innate talent anymore. At most, they'll be able to rely on the liquefied heaven and earth spirit chi here to rapidly improve their cultivation base. This is because the force left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon has been taken by you. It's no longer here. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he heard Hua Lao's words. Was that so? If the dragons found out that something like this had happened after he entered the dragon cleansing pool, they would probably want to grind his bones to dust. After all, the dragon cleansing pool was of great significance to the dragons not only because it contained 5,000 years of heaven and earth spirit chi, but also because it contained the special force left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he regained his senses. I can't let the dragons find out about what happened here. Otherwise, they won't let this matter rest. Duan Lingtian was very careful about this. That's right. Dragon tail. Hua Lao said earlier that I can grow a dragon tail in my dragon warrior state. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he turned to look behind him. As soon as Duan Lingtian turned around to look behind him, a streak of light that looked like a black lightning bolt shot out from behind him. As the black lightning-like shadow stopped, a long tail appeared in front of him. It was a dragon tail covered in black dragon scales. Unlike the tails of ordinary divine dragons, this tail did not have a mane at the end. Instead, it was very sharp like a blade and gleamed with a cold light. Duan Lingtian was naturally not used to a human suddenly having a tail. Bush, bush, bush. However, after he got used to it, not only could he control his tail freely, but he could even use it to attack. Whether it was a whip or a stab, it was extremely powerful and terrifying. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also discovered that he had transformed into a dragon form. The current him had already reached the point where he could control and release the dragon warrior state at will. Without realizing it, Duan Lingtian had fallen in love with his dragon warrior state. This was because he possessed the body of an 8-clawed divine dragon. The powerful body of an 8-clawed divine dragon was not something a weak human body could compare to. Although his body was stronger than an ordinary human's, it was still incomparable to his dragon warrior state. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to lie in the dragon cleansing pool in his dragon warrior state as he absorbed the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool to cultivate. With the improved 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was now twice as fast as before. In 10 days at most, my cultivation base will definitely break through to the Mastery Eminent Saint stage. At that time, the Sun True Origin in my body will be raised to the point where it'll be comparable to a Mastery Divine Saint stage powerhouse. With the cultivation environment in the Dragon Cleansing Pool and the improvement of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. The liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy surged into Duan Lingtian's body continuously. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was also converting the heaven and earth spirit energy into Duan Lingtian's Sun True Origin at the fastest speed. Time continued to pass by quietly. Duan Lingtian, who was enjoying the baptism of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool, seemed to have forgotten about time. Duan Ruffing and the other 2 were waiting outside the dragon cleansing pool's entrance. As for the patriarch of the dragons, Dishan, he had long disappeared. It's almost 3 months. Why hasn't Tian come out yet? Duan Ruffing, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned slightly as he looked at the open door that led to the dragon cleansing pool. If it was not for the fact that his son's soul pearl was still in his hands, he would have thought something had happened to his son in the dragon cleansing pool. After all, it had been 3 months. Based on his knowledge, even the dragons who entered the dragon cleansing pool 5,000 years ago had only stayed in the dragon cleansing pool for 2 months. Naturally, this was what he had heard from Dishan. According to Dishan, after the dragons entered the dragon cleansing pool, as long as their innate talent and cultivation base had risen to a certain level, they would be sent out in advance. The length of time one could stay in the pool depended on one's potential. Duan Ruffing was unaware that the reason the dragons were sent out in advance after they entered the dragon cleansing pool was due to the energy left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. Since its existence depended on the heaven and earth spirit energy, it was unwilling to let the dragons absorb too much of the heaven and earth spirit energy. Chapter 1871. Without the 9-clawed divine dragon's power, it meant Duan Lingtian would not be forcefully sent out by it. Once? Reading? In that case, Duan Lingtian might even be able to absorb all of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool. At that time, how much would his improvement be? Nobody knew. However, it would definitely not be less than 2 stages. After all, the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the pool had been accumulating for 5,000 years. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Inside the dragon cleansing pool, Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed when he opened his eyes and looked at the level of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool. He discovered he had only absorbed less than 1/10 of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool. After absorbing less than 1/10 of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool, my cultivation base has broken through from the intermediate divine saint stage to the peak of the divine saint stage. If I absorb all of it, won't I be able to break through from the divine saint stage to the exemplary saint stage? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his breathing quickened. He did not expect the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the dragon cleansing pool would be so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that he felt as though he was dreaming. However, with so much heaven and earth spirit energy, how long will it take for me to leave? Soon after, Duan Lingtian thought of this. However, before this thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian felt something flash before his eyes. In the next instant he felt like he was floating in the air. Then he landed on the ground. At the same time, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell it was his father, Duan Rufeng's voice. If it was any other time, Duan Lingtian would be happy to hear Duan Rufeng's voice. However, at this moment, how did I get out? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he saw the valley before his eyes. After all, he had only absorbed less than 1/10 of the liquefied heaven and earth spiritual energy in the dragon cleansing pool. I've only absorbed less than 1/10 of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit chi in the dragon cleansing pool. Why would I be sent out? Could it be related to the idea I had? My last thought seemed to be get out. Could it be because of this? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Rumble! Duan Lingtian only came back to his senses when he heard the noise. He didn't have time to respond to his father, Duan Rufeng, and immediately rushed toward the void door that was about to close. To be exact, it was the door that led to the dragon cleansing pond. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in before the 2 doors closed. However, even though he managed to rush through the gate, he was not teleported into the dragon cleansing pond. He appeared on the other side of the void door, still inside the canyon. We can't go in? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized this. When he raised his head again, he instinctively looked at the void door that was hovering in the air. However, he discovered that after the door closed, it gradually disappeared. First, it turned into a shadow before it completely disappeared before his eyes. What are you? Duan Rufeng had a puzzled expression on his face. He had no idea what was going on since he was outside the dragon cleansing pond. Earlier, when he saw his son coming out, he was slightly happy. However, not only did his son ignore him, but he even wanted to enter the dragon cleansing pond again. However, the dragon cleansing pond would only open once every 5,000 years. Once someone entered, no one else would be allowed to enter for another 5,000 years. After the person who entered came out, the door to the dragon cleansing pond would close and would only open again after 5,000 years. At that time, the door to the dragon cleansing pond could be opened again with the sun key and moon key. Father. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally had the time to respond to Duan Rufeng. However, he really did not know what to say. All he could do was smile bitterly. Junior brother Lingtian. Young mansion master. At some point, Gu Li and Kumi, who were cultivating in the air, had also opened their eyes. When they saw Duan Lingtian, they were pleasantly surprised. 1. Reading? They sighed in relief when they saw Duan Lingtian had come out safely. In the end, under the watchful eyes of Duan Rufeng and the other 2, Duan Lingtian told them about his blunder. Due to this blunder, he had lost the opportunity to cultivate by absorbing a large amount of liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy from the dragon cleansing pond. Previously, he had a chance to break through to the divine saint stage or even the exemplary saint stage, but he did not cherish it. If God gave him another chance, he would not even think about leaving the dragon cleansing pond. Damn you! Get out! It was all because of the thought of leaving the dragon cleansing pond that he was sent out. Is this even possible? Gu Li was dumbfounded. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian was sent out because he had obtained enough benefits. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be sent out after absorbing less than 1/10 of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy from the dragon cleansing pond. Moreover, he was the one who sent himself out. Although it was unintentional, it was an indisputable fact. As for Duan Rufeng and Kumi, they fell silent for a moment. All of them felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's experience was indeed heart-wrenching. Forget it. If it's fated, it'll happen. If it's not fated, there's no need to force it. It's good that I've gotten over this. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian quickly got over it when he saw the 3 people who were concerned about him. So what if I'm at the peak of the eminent saint stage? There's no need to rush my cultivation base. I'll break through sooner or later. Moreover, his biggest gain from entering the dragon cleansing pond this time was not the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy that raised his cultivation base. Instead, it was the transformation of the 9-clawed dragon warrior and the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. Both of them were much more valuable than merely raising his cultivation base. Both of them had far-reaching benefits. Moreover, it only took me less than 3 months to break through from the intermediate eminent saint stage to the mastery eminent saint stage. Just this alone is enough to make many people envious. Since he had gotten over it, Duan Lingtian, naturally, had gotten over it as well. Duan Ruffing and the other 2 felt relieved when they saw Duan Lingtian did not take this matter to heart. They were really worried Duan Lingtian would take this matter to heart. This matter isn't settled yet. When we leave, I'll ask Dishan again to see if there's still a chance to enter the dragon cleansing pond. Duan Ruffing comforted Duan Lingtian. Father, there's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The door that led to the dragon cleansing pond had disappeared. Even if he asked Dishan, the answer would be the same. He was certain of this. He believed his father knew this as well. As for his father's words, it was mostly to comfort him. Although Duan Lingtian said there was no need for that, before they left the dragons, Duan Ruffing casually asked when he returned the moon key to the dragon cleansing pond to Dishan, clan leader Dishan, is it possible for someone to return if they're sent out of the dragon cleansing pond after less than a month? Impossible. Dishan shook his head. No matter how long a person has been in the dragon cleansing pond, it's impossible for them to return. The dragon cleansing pond only opens once every 5,000 years, and only one person can enter at a time. Naturally, Dishan did not expect Duan Ruffing was asking on behalf of Duan Lingtian. The reason he did not expect this was because he knew Duan Lingtian had stayed in the dragon cleansing pond for more than 2 months. In his opinion, it was normal, and there was no possibility of him being sent out by accident. When Duan Lingtian heard Dishan's words, he gave up completely. Although he did not think it was possible for him to return to the dragon cleansing pond, he knew it was impossible. When he heard his father asking Dishan this question, his heart that was almost dead was revived, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. However, when he heard Dishan's answer, a look of realization appeared on his face. At the same time, he felt slightly disappointed in the depths of his heart. After watching Duan Lingtian and the other 3 leave, Dishan withdrew his gaze from Duan Lingtian's back and sighed. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have aged several decades. The Dragon Clan could be said to have suffered a double loss in this 5-year pact. Not only did they lose Diju, the future clan leader of the dragons, but they even lost the dragon cleansing pond that only opened once every 5,000 years. If this matter spread to the dragons in the upper province, he would definitely be criticized when he went to the dragons in the upper province in the future. After all, there had never been such a useless clan leader in the lower province before. Meanwhile, after Duan Lingtian and the others left the dragons, they returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion. After returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion, I'll spend some time with Mother, Little Fei, and Nyen. After that, it's time for me to leave the lower province and head to the upper province to look for Kerr. During the journey, Duan Lingtian took out the plan that he had long prepared and was prepared to carry it out. Whether it was him, his family, or the Azure Cloud Mansion, it would not benefit him at all if he continued to stay in the lower province. Apart from that, I'll have to make a trip back to Windfall Nation before leaving the lower province to see if Tian Wu has returned or not. After that, I'll bring senior brother, Uncle Feng, and the others to the Azure Cloud Mansion. It's much safer in the Azure Cloud Mansion than in Windfall Nation. Although Duan Lingtian was preparing to head to the upper province, he did not forget about his family and friends in the past. Duan Lingtian was unaware that during the 3 months he had spent in the dragon cleansing pond, news about him had already spread out. Duan Lingtian was the lucky person who obtained the Devil Seal tablet a few years ago. He was the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion and the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, the people who heard the news were in an uproar. How can this be? The person who obtained the Devil Seal tablet back then is actually the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Initially, I thought that person had completely disappeared. I can't believe not only did he not disappear, but he's also in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He's actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! As the news spread, similar discussions began to spread everywhere. Outside the residence of the dragons, one of the five-clawed divine dragon elders, the five-clawed green dragon, Qin Yen, hovered in the air as he looked in the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion. He muttered to himself, Duan Lincoln, the Azure Cloud Mansion? Prepare to welcome the arrival of the powerhouses from the Upper Province. I'll immediately head to the Upper Province and spread the news that the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian, has obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. As soon as Qin Yen finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Chapter 1872. Tian, judging by the time, Xiao Lan and Bai Yao should have returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion by now. When they were about to reach the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, Duan Ruffing seemed to have recalled something and said to Duan Lingtian, Xiao Lan? Bai Yao? Upon hearing these two names, Duan Lingtian's body trembled before he came to a halt. When he looked in the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion again, a hint of anxiety could be seen in his eyes. When he first came to the Azure Cloud Mansion after finding out his father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he also thought of Xiao Lan and Bai Yao who were brought away by his mother from Cloud Continent. However, later on he heard from his mother that Xiao Lan and Bai Yao had gone out to train and would only be back after some time. At that moment, he who had not prepared himself to face the two girls could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, when he heard his father mentioning the two girls, he froze as though he was struck by lightning. Ling. When Gu Li saw Duan Lingtian had stopped, he stopped as well and looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. However, the moment he opened his mouth, before he could continue speaking, he was stopped by Duan Ruffing who had stopped as well. He immediately shut his mouth. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned a blind eye to the three people who had stopped next to him. His thoughts had already drifted back to many years ago when he was still in Aurora City and the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was also during that period of time that he met Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao. He still remembered the first time he met Xiao Lan was at the Xiao clan in Aurora City. At that time, the Xiao clan had issued a hidden dragon invitation for the sake of ranking on the hidden dragon ranking. He could still clearly remember the scene when Xiao Lan appeared at that time. The young girl's silky long hair was like a waterfall that cascaded down. Under the hazy morning mist, she looked like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities. At that time, Xiao Lan was also a famous beauty in Aurora City. She had many admirers. As for the first time he met Princess Bai Yao, it was at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's third prince's estate. At that time, she was sitting next to the third prince. Her beautiful hair fell behind her like a waterfall. Her pretty cheeks made people unable to help but be attracted by them at first glance. Her cherry-like mouth made people want to kiss and suck on it. From the very beginning, he had treated the two girls as his friends. Who would have thought that at some unknown time, the two girls had actually fallen deeply in love with him? Xiao Lan even left Aurora City and came to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city for him. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that after he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the two ladies would gradually forget about him. However, who would have thought that the two girls did not forget about him even after he left? Instead, after he left, they often stayed by his mother's side to fulfill their filial duties. Perhaps, if it was not for this, his mother would not have brought the two girls away from the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the mortal continent, Cloud Continent. So many years have passed. Perhaps, their feelings for me are no longer the same as before. After all, they were still young at that time, and it could only be considered as their first awakening of love. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and thought to himself. Naturally, this was only his own speculation. If this was the case, it would be a good ending for him, his two fiancées, and even Tian Wu. If it was possible, he was willing to treat the two girls as his biological sisters. Moreover, they had been getting along well with his mother all these years, so it was not a big deal for him to acknowledge them as his biological sisters. Although this was what he thought, Duan Lingtian knew very well that this was only his own opinion. He had no idea what Xiaolan and Bai Yao were thinking. What they thought was the most important. If they had let it go, everything would be fine. However, if they had not, he really did not know what to do now. Of course, he would definitely not shirk this responsibility. Father. After they continued on their journey, Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Ruffing. Just as he was about to speak, he did not know what to ask. Want to see? Book, Tian, or what do you think of Xiaolan and Bai Yao? Duan Ruffing asked with a solemn expression. Father, I only treated them as good friends back then, and I didn't have any thoughts about them. After I left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, I thought they would have forgotten about me. I didn't expect that not only did they not forget about me, but they're also so good to my mother. They're even filial piety for me, Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face. Don't blame your mother. She only brought the two girls to the Azure Cloud Mansion because she saw how devoted they are to you. Moreover, they're not bad people. She's doing this for your own good. Duan Ruffing said. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although his mother's actions were a little exaggerated, she did not have any ill intentions. After all, they were two good girls who had spent a lot of time with each other. As a mother, she would definitely want them to be her daughter-in-law. He could understand his mother's thoughts. It was just that he did not know how to face Xiaolan and Bai Yao. Father, I haven't seen them for many years. In your opinion, how do they feel about me now? Duan Lingtian asked after he took a deep breath. How do I know how they feel about you? How do I know? When you return, you'll know how they feel about you when you face them. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Duan Ruffing could not help but laugh. As a father, how could he possibly know how those two girls felt about his son right now? Duan Lingtian nodded. What would come would come. There were some things that he would have to face personally sooner or later. All of a sudden, Duan Ruffing's expression turned solemn again. When Duan Lingtian looked at him, he said, whether it's Xiaolan or Bai Yao, your mother and I have the same opinion. We won't allow you to bully them. They're good girls. It's not easy for them to leave their hometown and come here for you. There was one thing that Duan Ruffing did not tell Duan Lingtian. That was, after he brought his wife, Xiaolan, and Bai Yao to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he and his wife had asked for their opinion. If they wanted to return, they could send them back at any time. However, the answer they received was the same no matter how many times they asked. They wanted to stay. The reason Duan Ruffing did not tell Duan Lingtian about this was because he was worried Duan Lingtian would feel pressured after learning about this. It was better for him to face this himself. Naturally, even if he had to face it himself, he still had to tell his son some things first so he would not hurt the two good girls. Father, how can I bully them? Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. I've discussed this with your mother. You haven't seen them for many years. If your feelings for each other have faded and you're not willing to be together, we won't force you. At that time, your mother and I will take them in as our goddaughters. On the other hand, your mother and I hope that both of you can give it a try. If both of you can be together, it'll naturally be a happy ending. If you can't, I can only say that both of you are not fated to be together. Duan Ruffing continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. This was the only thing he could do now. All he had to do was wait and see what Xiaolan and Bai Yao thought. Naturally, Duan Lingtian hoped that they would no longer have feelings for him like they did in the past. In that case, not only would he not hurt the two girls, but he would also be able to answer to his two fiancées and Tian Wu. As a man, it was impossible for him to not want to have many wives and concubines and enjoy the happiness of having multiple wives. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to consider the feelings of his two fiancées and Tian Wu, who was nowhere to be found before he could enjoy the happiness of having two wives. This was especially true when his fiancée, Kerr, was still practicing Zoroastrianism and was waiting for him to bring her back. If he were to be together with Xiaolan and Bai Yao at this time, would he still be considered a human? If their feelings for me haven't changed, I can only promise them one thing. After I bring Kerr back and find Tian Wu, I'll ask Kerr, Tian Wu, and little Fair for their opinions. After I get their permission, I'll try to get along with them for a while. If it's possible, we'll be together. If it's not possible, I'll ask my parents to take them in as their goddaughters. We'll be siblings. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. At the very least, he would be able to deal with any situation now. After some time, a vast lake appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was the Crouching Dragon Lake that surrounded the main mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion. Seeing the Crouching Dragon Lake meant they were home. Previously, Duan Lingtian was a wanderer in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He did not have a home. However, when he found out his father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and came to look for the Azure Cloud Mansion, he treated the Azure Cloud Mansion as his home in the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was because his parents, his family were all here. Wherever his family was, that was where his home was. After returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian immediately went to look for Li Fei. The reason he did not look for his mother immediately was not because he was unfilial. It was because his father had gone to look for his mother. If he went there now, he would only be a third wheel for his parents. Father! As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the house, he saw a little figure pouncing on him and leaping into his arms. It was none other than his son, Duan Nian. Nian, did you miss me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he patted his son's head. Yes. Duan Nian nodded like a chick pecking on rice. His bright eyes looked around. Not only did Nian miss you, but I miss you as well. Mother, father is back. Father is back. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, Duan Nian exclaimed excitedly as he turned to look into the room. Soon after, a graceful figure walked out from inside. It was none other than Li Fei who was smiling. You're back. Yes, I'm back. Duan Lingtian replied as he took a few steps forward. He carried his son with one hand and reached out his other hand to hold Li Fei's back before hugging Li Fei domineeringly. Chapter 1873. He hugged his son with one hand and Li Fei with the other. First lookbook at this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was the happiest person in the world. Little Nian is all grown up now. Let's hold a wedding ceremony. Duan Lingtian said softly to Li Fei. Currently, Li Fei was not married to him. At most, she could only be considered as his fiancée. Only after the wedding ceremony would Li Fei be considered his wife. I'll wait for Sister Kerr. However, when Li Fei heard Duan Lingtian's words, she said firmly, I've discussed this with her before. We'll be your brides together. Now that she's involved in Zoroastrianism in the upper province, how can I be at ease and marry you? Scoundrel, promise me, all right? Otherwise, I'll feel uneasy. Why do you have to do this? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. However, when his eyes met Li Fei's unwavering gaze, he could not help but soften. All right, I promise you. However, although we haven't held the wedding ceremony yet, in my heart, no matter if it's you or both of you are already my wife. Upon hearing this, Li Fei did not say anything. She merely hugged Duan Lingtian tightly and enjoyed this moment of tenderness. Li Fei hugged Duan Lingtian tightly as though she was afraid she would lose him in the next moment. Scoundrel, when do you plan to go to the upper province? After an unknown period of time, Li Fei asked softly. Soon. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he replied. I must bring Sister Kerr back, and her child. Li Fei said, Unfortunately, I'm useless. I can't help you. When Li Fei reached the end of her sentence, a hint of guilt could be heard in her tone. How can you be useless? You're not allowed to say such things again. If not for you, how could I have such a cute son? Duan Lingtian shook his head. He then glanced at his son in his left arm, only to find that the little guy had fallen asleep while leaning on him. Moreover, he was in a deep sleep. Even when they spoke, he did not wake up. You left for more than 3 months. Nian has been talking about you since a month ago. He even asked me if you didn't want him anymore. Although I explained, he still often woke up from his sleep and kept calling Dad. Li Fei followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked at the little fellow with a gratified expression. Originally, she was worried that her son would not know his father, Duan Lingtian, because he had not met him before. She did not expect that her son would completely accept him as his father after just a short period of contact. Perhaps it was because they were connected by blood, but even though Duan Yentian and Duan Lingtian had only known each other for a short time, Duan Yentian was very reliant on Duan Lingtian. Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao are back. As though she was reminded of something, Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "I heard about it from Dad." Duan Lingtian nodded. Li Fei leaned on Duan Lingtian and said softly, "I know you're not in the mood to accept other women now, but Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao are really different. After they came to the Azure Cloud Mansion, they treated you like their own mother and took care of you. I know it's because of you that they're treating you like this. When Kerr returns, you can accept them. I don't have any objections." Li Fei took the initiative to express her opinion when she reached the end of her sentence. It was as though she was not jealous at all. Naturally, it would be a lie if she said she was not jealous. However, she was also a kind woman. She knew how Duan Lingtian's mother, Li Ro, felt. At the same time, she was also touched by Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao's devotion to Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, she did not reject them. "What are you talking about? We're not even in the picture yet." Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, he hugged Li Fei even tighter. Li Fei's understanding almost melted his heart. What did Duan Lingtian do to deserve such a wife in his life? It was simply a great blessing. Back then, they fell in love with me because they were young girls. Now that so many years have passed, perhaps, they no longer have the same feelings as before. Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian did not notice that the moment his words left his mouth, a bitter smile appeared on Li Fei's face. This was because she knew very well that even though so many years had passed, Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao's hearts had never changed. They had always been with her man. Naturally, although she knew this, she did not point it out. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian did not leave the house. Instead, he stayed by his wife and son's side and kept them company. It would not be long before he left the lower province and headed to the upper province. For this reason, he treasured the time he spent alone with his wife and son. A few days later, Rong Yuan came to look for Duan Lingtian. "Young Mansion Master, Lord Mansion Master has asked me to invite you over. Apart from him and his wife, Xiao Lan and Bai Yao are also there." When Rong Yuan reached the end of his sentence, he added another sentence. What was meant to come would come in the end. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and nodded. "Please wait a moment, Elder Rong." After greeting Li Fei, Duan Lingtian patted his son's head who was next to Li Fei before he left with Rong Yuan. They made their way to the mansion where his father and mother lived. Although Duan Lingtian was mentally prepared, he still felt slightly anxious. He would be meeting Xiao Lan and Bai Yao in a while. Although Duan Lingtian was not mentally prepared, he knew he could not avoid it, and he should not avoid it. There were some things that he had to face personally. Father, mother. After greeting Duan Ruffing and Li Ro, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the two young women next to Li Ro. These two young ladies were both devastatingly beautiful. Just by standing there, they exuded a sense of charm, causing everything around them to lose their luster. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the two young women. They were Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao. Although many years had passed, Duan Lingtian could still recognize them with just a glance. Although their appearances had changed quite a bit compared to before, apart from the fact that they no longer looked like young girls, there were not many other changes to them. When Duan Lingtian was looking at Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao, the two young women were also looking at him. Duan Lingnan. When Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao saw Duan Lingtan, they were stunned for a moment before they regained their senses. Their cheeks involuntarily blushed, revealing the shyness of a young woman. Although many years had passed since the last time they saw Duan Lingtian, it was still not over yet. However, according to their own feelings, the last time they saw Duan Lingtian seemed like yesterday. This was because ever since they came to the Azure Cloud Mansion, other than accompanying Li Ro, they had been focusing on their cultivation. They did not care about the passage of time at all. Their feelings toward Duan Lingtian were no different from before. The thing that I didn't want to happen the most still happened in the end. When Duan Lingtian saw the shy expressions on the two young women's faces when they saw him, he knew they still treated him like before. They did not forget about him just because of the passage of time. This was what he was most unwilling to see. However, even if he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that when he discovered Xiao Lan and Princess Bai Yao still did not forget about him, he felt a little smug in his heart. After all, this also served to accentuate his extraordinary charm since it satisfied a man's vanity. Long time no see. Duan Lingtian looked at the two young women and greeted them with a smile. Unlike Duan Lingtian's calmness, the two young women were a little nervous when they saw Duan Lingtian. They were so nervous that they did not know what to say for a long time. Father, mother, I want to talk to them in private. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Ruffing and Li Ro in the face of the two young women's uneasiness and said through voice transmission, Tian, you can't bully Lan and Yao. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Li Ro replied through voice transmission and did not forget to warn him. Talk to them properly. Compared to Li Ro's reply through voice transmission, Duan Rufing's reply was much simpler. After a short while, Duan Ruffing and Li Ro found an excuse to leave. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian, Xiao Lan, and Bai Yao were left in the room. After Duan Ruffing and Li Ro left, not only did Xiao Lan and Bai Yao not feel relieved, but they also became even more nervous. They were still at a loss for words. I understand what you're thinking. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to speak when he saw the two young women remain silent. He did not beat around the bush as soon as he spoke. The two young women became even more nervous. I'm sure both of you know it's impossible for me to accept both of you at once. Moreover, I'll be in the upper province for some time. I'm sure both of you have heard about my fiancé, Kerr, being taken away by the people from the upper province's Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian said bluntly, Before I rescue Kerr, I won't accept any other woman. That would be disrespectful to her and to both of you. If I'm really such a man, I'm sure both of you would despise me as well. Xiao Lan and Bai Yao nodded when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They were not surprised by Duan Lingtian's words. Moreover, they knew Duan Lingtian very well. They knew Duan Lingtian would not be in a relationship with them before he rescued Kerr. It was just as Duan Lingtian had said. If Duan Lingtian was still in a relationship with them at this time, they would only look down on Duan Lingtian and think he was an irresponsible man. Apart from that, I have a close female friend. Duan Lingtian spoke again when he thought of Tian Wu. Is it Tian Wu? Xiao Lan asked. You know Tian Wu? Duan Lingtian was stunned. We've heard Sister Fei mention Tian Wu before. We know Tian Wu even sacrificed her life for you. Bai Yao said. Whether it was Bai Yao or Xiao Lan, both of them were very envious of Feng Tianwu when they learned about Feng Tianwu from Li Fei. This was because Feng Tianwu had obtained Li Fei and Kerr's approval. She had also touched Duan Lingtian's heart. In terms of sequence, Feng Tianwu met Duan Lingtian after they did. Naturally, they admired Feng Tianwu. She was a woman who dared to love and hate. She was even willing to sacrifice her life for the person she loved. That was not something an ordinary person could do. That's true. Chapter 1874. Tianwu, how are you doing? When Duan Lingtian recalled the past between him and Feng Tianwu, he became even more worried about Feng Tianwu's current situation since he still did not know where Feng Tianwu was. However, Duan Lingtian quickly regained his senses when he realized Xiao Lan and Bai Yao were standing before him. Not only do I have to find Kerr, but I have to find Tian Wu as well. Before I find them, I'm not in the mood to be in a relationship with any other woman. Even if I manage to find them, I still have to ask for their and little Fei's opinion if I can date both of you. Duan Lingtian continued to say. When Xiao Lan and Bai Yao heard this, they looked at each other and saw the bitterness in each other's eyes. However, they did not say anything. This was their choice. They had no regrets. Whether it was the Duan Lingtian in the past or the current Duan Lingtian, he was the man they had set their minds on. In this lifetime, they would not marry anyone else. Otherwise, they would rather be alone for the rest of their lives. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian knew he had gone overboard with his words. Due to this reason, he found an excuse and left when he sensed the atmosphere had changed. At the same time, his heart was filled with guilt. He felt guilty toward Xiaolan and Bai Yao. He really did not want things to turn out this way. However, he really did not know what else he could do. If both of us are really fated to be together in the future, I'll definitely make it up to both of you. Duan Lingtian thought to himself after he left. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian spent all his time with his wife and children. This continued until someone came to challenge him. Young Mansion Master, I heard you defeated Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon at the early exemplary saint stage with your cultivation base at the intermediate divine saint stage. I'd like to have a spar with you. The person who came to look for Duan Lingtian was none other than Tong Zhong, the leader of the Black Armored Army Centurions. Apart from being a centurion of the Black Armored Army, Tong Zhong was also Ku Mi's direct disciple. First look book before Duan Lingtian defeated Diju with his cultivation base at the Divine Saint stage, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the Debussyi subterranean. However, as the news of Duan Lingtian defeating Diju spread, the title of the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage was transferred to Duan Lingtian. Centurion Tong, you want to spar with me? Looking at Tong Zhong, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. In his impression, although Tong Zhong was powerful, he was only at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Perhaps he was stronger than all the martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the Divine Saint stage in the Debussyi subterranean. However, if he were to fight someone at the exemplary saint stage or above, he would not stand a chance at winning at all. Because of this, Duan Lingtian didn't think that Tong Zhong was a match for him. I know I'm not a match for you, young Mansion Master. However, I've heard from my master about how you defeated Diju in the Dragon's Denver. I'm really looking forward to sparring with you. Currently, I'm only lacking an opportunity to break through to the exemplary saint stage. Perhaps, you'll be able to give me this opportunity, young Mansion Master. When Tong Zhong reached the end of his sentence, he revealed the purpose of his challenge to Duan Lingtian. He wanted to borrow Duan Lingtian's strength to break through to the exemplary saint stage in one fell swoop. Although he had yet to make any progress, he still wanted to give it a try so he wouldn't miss the opportunity. Since you're interested, Centurion Tong, I'll, naturally, accompany you to the end. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he immediately agreed to it. Tong Zhong was not an outsider after all. He would help him if he could. He was not so stingy as to reject such a small request. Thank you, young Mansion Master. Tong Zhong was delighted when he heard Duan Lingtian's agreement. Pick a place. Duan Lingtian said to Tong Zhong. Tong Zhong nodded and agreed to fight with Duan Lingtian at the Crouching Dragon Lake that was 10 miles north of the main mansion. Although Duan Lingtian and Tong Zhong's fight was not publicized, the black armored guards who were guarding the Crouching Dragon Lake spread the news. Before both of them could fight, a large group of people had already gathered around them. Most of the onlookers were from the Black Armored Army. He's the young Mansion Master of our Azure Cloud Mansion? Many pairs of eyes shifted to Duan Lingtian. Among these eyes, there was shock and astonishment. However, most of them were filled with respect. Although Duan Lingtian had been in the Azure Cloud Mansion for quite some time, not many people in the Azure Cloud Mansion knew about his young Mansion Master to prevent the Azure Cloud Mansion from being dragged down by the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. However, when news of Duan Lingtian going to the Dragons to participate in the 5-year pact had spread, the entire Azure Cloud Mansion was shocked. At this moment they finally found out. As it turned out, the Azure Cloud Mansion had a young Mansion Master. Moreover, the young Mansion Master of their Azure Cloud Mansion had even inherited their Lord Mansion Master's powerful innate talent. His cultivation base was already at the intermediate Divine Saint stage at such a young age. Apart from that, the young Mansion Master of their Azure Cloud Mansion had killed Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragons with his cultivation base at the intermediate Divine Saint stage. According to the news, Diju was an early exemplary saint stage 5-clawed golden dragon. Defeating an early exemplary saint stage powerhouse with a cultivation base at the intermediate divine saint stage. Even in their wildest dreams, they would not believe such a ridiculous thing would happen. However, since the news came from the dragons and the main character was the young mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion, they did not doubt it at all. Instead, they were shocked. After all, this was not something that could be done by just anyone. The young mansion master is someone who can even kill an early exemplary Saint Stage 5-clawed golden dragon. Isn't Centurion Tong looking for a beating by challenging him? That's right. In the past, Centurion Tong was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the exemplary Saint Stage. However, this title has now fallen to the young mansion master. Do you think Centurion Tong is dissatisfied with this? Why would he challenge the young mansion master? Humph. So what if he challenged him? In the end, Centurion Tong will only be humiliating himself. I can't believe our Azure Cloud Mansion has such an outstanding young mansion master. With him around, our Azure Cloud Mansion will definitely be able to prosper for several hundred more years. Among the onlookers, there were black armored guards, ordinary Azure Cloud Mansion's elders, and disciples. Currently, all of them were discussing among themselves. All of them were confident in Duan Lingtian. As for Tong Zhong, he seemed to have lost his brilliance in their eyes. I heard the young mansion master of our Azure Cloud Mansion is that young man called Duan Lingtian who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet is a hot potato. Now that this matter has been exposed, I'm afraid our Azure Cloud Mansion will have a hard time in the future. That's right. Even the powerhouses from the upper province will definitely make a move to snatch the Devil Seal Tablet from our Azure Cloud Mansion. For this reason, it's not a good thing for our young mansion master to obtain the Devil Seal Tablet. Many people had a fearful expression on their faces. They could not wait to persuade Duan Lingtian to throw the Devil Seal Tablet away. Indeed, the Devil Seal Tablet was one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking. It was extremely precious. However, due to this reason, many people coveted it. Even the powerhouses from the upper province would be tempted by it. Many people in the Azure Cloud Mansion instantly felt a sense of danger. It was as though they were being stabbed in the back. However, the attention of the people present on the scene quickly shifted to the two people in the middle of the square. Because at this very moment, one of the two made a move. Swoosh! It was none other than Tong Zhong, the centurion of the black armored army, who had made the first move. He charged toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Put everything else aside, just based on the speed Tong Zhong displayed, almost nobody at the peak of the Divine Saint stage could compare to him. As expected of the person who's widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage. With such speed, I'm afraid not many people below the eminent saint stage can compare to him. Upon witnessing Tong Zhong's speed, a hint of admiration could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Then, he made his move at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Boom! Duan Lingtian clenched his right hand into a fist that contained rich Sun True Origin. Without any technique, he punched out at lightning speed toward Tong Zhong who was charging toward him at lightning speed. Tong Zhong did not retreat at all. He chose to meet Duan Lingtian's fist head-on. Bang! However, even though Tong Zhong had unleashed his full strength, the moment his fist made contact with Duan Lingtian's fist, regardless of whether it was his fist or the force contained in it, it was mercilessly suppressed by Duan Lingtian. Under the suppression of the force, Tong Zhong's body trembled before he was sent flying. He threw up a mouthful of blood and looked extremely wretched. In just one exchange of blows, Tong Zhong was at a disadvantage. Tong Zhong made his move again, but he did not dare to be careless. His territory, martial tactics, and a medium-grade divine ability that he had just mastered were all cast by him. Indeed, at this moment, Tong Zhong had already given it his all. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, Tong Zhong's strength was nothing. Although he had shown mercy, he still defeated Tong Zhong in 10 moves. After all, his current strength was no longer the same as before. In terms of Sun True Origin, the Sun True Origin at the Eminent Saint stage was comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Coupled with Duan Lingtian's body that was stronger than ordinary people even without transforming into a dragon warrior and some other techniques, it was impossible for Tong Zhong to be a match for him. Moreover, this was under the circumstance that he had not used his divine ability. If he had used his divine ability, he would have been able to defeat Tong Zhong in just one exchange of blows. At the same time when Duan Lingtian defeated Tong Zhong, at the border of the Debussy Subterranean to the east of the Debussy Subterranean, in a restaurant in a medium-sized city, news that the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was the young man who had obtained the Devil Seal tablet back then spread out. The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian? After waiting for so many years, there's finally a lead. It's not a waste for me to come all the way from the upper province to the lower province. A middle-aged man dressed in a long grayish-white robe stood up from a seat in the corner of the restaurant. The middle-aged man had a pair of cross-eyed eyes and a slightly ferocious appearance. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a kind person. In the next moment, nobody saw how he left. He disappeared into thin air from the restaurant. From the beginning until the end, nobody noticed him at all. Chapter 1875. The appearance of a young mansion master with extraordinary innate talent in the Azure Cloud Mansion was supposed to be a joyous occasion. However, when they found out this young mansion master was Duan Lingtian who had obtained the Devil Seal tablet, most of the people in the Azure Cloud Mansion were not happy at all. This was because, in their opinion, the Devil Seal tablet was no different from a ticking time bomb. Who knew when it would explode? At that time, they would be injured as well. However, although they were dissatisfied, they only kept it to themselves. They did not dare to express their dissatisfaction in public. This was because the young mansion master was their Lord Mansion Master's son. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing, the mansion master, was a supreme existence. Nobody dared to offend him. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Duan Lingtian soon learned about this. He was not unhappy about this at all. This was the truth. The existence of the Devil Seal tablet was indeed a ticking time bomb to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to this reason, he had already discussed this with Gu Li. They would leave the Azure Cloud Mansion in 2 weeks and head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After leaving Gu Li's mansion, Duan Lingtian went to look for his parents. Father, mother, I plan to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion in 2 weeks and head to the upper province with senior brother Gu Li. Upon hearing this, Duan Ruffing nodded. He was already mentally prepared, so he was not surprised. On the other hand, Li Ro could not help but have a reluctant expression on her face even though she was mentally prepared as well. Have you confirmed it? Duan Lingtian nodded. Li Ro took a deep breath to calm herself down before she continued to say, since you've already decided, you should spend more time with Fei Yunyan in the next 2 weeks. They definitely won't be willing to let you go. However, because of Kerr, you have to leave. When Li Ro reached the end of her sentence, a hint of worry could be seen in her eyes. Kerr. That girl was not only Duan Lingtian's childhood sweetheart, but she was also Li Ro's earliest daughter-in-law. Her feelings for that daughter-in-law were no less than her feelings for her own son. Knowing that her daughter-in-law was involved in Zoroastrianism in the upper region, she was also very worried. Hearing Li Ro's words, Duan Lingtian nodded immediately. In the next 2 weeks, he would not leave his wife and children. Even if he had to return to the Windfall Nation to pick up his senior brother, Bai Li Hong and the others, he would bring his wife and children with him. In the following days, they spent their time together. They had no idea how long it would take for him to return to the lower district after he left for the upper district. Go accompany Fei Yunyan, Li Ro advised. Duan Lingtian nodded again. After saying goodbye to his parents, he turned around and left. He did not see that when he turned around and left, 2 streams of tears flowed from Li Ro's eyes. Tears of reluctance to part with him. A mother would worry when her son traveled thousands of miles. In this world where the strong were respected, she could not help but worry when her son was traveling in the outside world. It was extremely dangerous. After Duan Lingtian parted ways with Duan Ruffing and Li Ro, he made his way to the courtyard where his wife and children stayed. When Duan Lingtian was halfway there, he suddenly stopped moving. A bitter smile could be seen on his face. At the same time, he greeted Xiaolan and Bai Yao who were walking toward him. Xiao Lan and Bai Yao did not expect to see Duan Lingtian here. They were originally chatting happily, but they suddenly stopped talking. Their faces were flushed red. Both of you. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, wanting to greet Xiao Lan and Bai Yao. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a sinister voice. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian had never heard of this sinister voice before, so he was certain it belonged to a stranger. Before Duan Lingtian could react, a gust of wind blew in front of him. Then, a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long gray robe. The middle-aged man had a pair of cross-eyed eyes and a ferocious expression. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a kind person. Who are you? When Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared, he asked with a hint of dread on his face. You don't need to know who I am, and you're not qualified to know. All you need to know is that I'm here for the Devil Seal Tablet, the middle-aged man said indifferently. The middle-aged man said indifferently. His tone was overbearing and condescending. When Duan Lingtian heard the middle-aged man was here for the Devil Seal Tablet, horror dawned on him. At the same time, he realized he had guessed correctly. The middle-aged man was indeed here for the Devil Seal Tablet. Moreover, the fact that the middle-aged man was able to appear here without anyone noticing meant his strength was extraordinary as well. The Devil Seal Tablet isn't something a trash from the lower province like you can lay your hands on. I'll give you the span of 3 breaths to hand it over. Otherwise, you'll die. The moment the middle-aged man's words left his mouth, killing intent gleamed coldly in his eyes. Trash? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. He did not expect the other party to be so rude. I don't have the Devil Seal Tablet. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath secretly as he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart before he said in a deep voice. At the same time, he realized the other party was not from the lower province. He could tell from the other party's words earlier. Earlier, the other party had called him a trash from the lower province. If the other party was from the lower province, he would not have added the words lower province in front of his words. The span of 3 breaths was gone in the blink of an eye. However, Duan Lingtian did not make any move. Looks like you've taken my words for granted. The middle-aged man was enraged when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring his words. His cross-eyed eyes flickered coldly as a terrifying murderous intent was emitted from his body. If that's the case, I'll grant you your wish. After killing you, not only will your Devil Seal Tablet be mine, but everything in your spatial ring will be mine too. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he took a step forward. Bang! He did not seem to have made any movements, but a wave of vast and powerful energy tore through the sky and swept toward Duan Lingtian as soon as his foot landed. Duan Lingtian felt as though he was hit by a giant hammer when the energy hit him. Watch out! Before the middle-aged man's foot landed, both Xiao Lan and Bai Yao instinctively flew toward Duan Lingtian and shielded Duan Lingtian. It was obvious they wanted to use their bodies as shields for Duan Lingtian. At this moment, there was no fear on their faces. Instead, a hint of relief could be seen on their faces. They could die for the person they loved. Perhaps he would never forget them for the rest of his life. Perhaps this was the best ending for them. Move! As soon as the middle-aged man's foot landed, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian. He immediately activated the dragon energy in his body with the Sun True origin and transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior in just a blink of an eye. Golden Crow's wings. At the same time, a pair of golden wings appeared on Duan Lingtian's back after he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It was the pair of wings required to cast the divine ability, Golden Crow's wings. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian appeared between Xiao Lan and Bai Yao at a speed faster than the speed of sound. He extended both of his hands and pushed both of them away. Previously, Tian Wu had almost lost her life because of him. At that time, he swore in his heart that he would never let anyone risk their life for him again. He would not allow a second woman who almost lost her life for him to appear again. Due to this reason, his mind went blank when he saw Xiao Lan and Bai Yao shielding him with their bodies. He did not have time to think. He immediately used all his strength and rushed to their side at full speed to push them away. Bang! As soon as Duan Lingtian pushed Xiao Lan and Bai Yao away, he did not even have time to react before he felt a terrifying force landing on his body. A loud bang rang in the air. Not only did he feel dizzy, but he also felt as though he was riding on clouds. Boom! Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when his body landed heavily on the ground and he felt excruciating pain all over his body. Although he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and his body was ridiculously strong, Duan Lingtian still felt as though all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He lay on the ground, unable to move for the time being. The force that landed on his body was too powerful. Wait a minute. He seemed to have retracted most of his force in time. Otherwise, with the terrifying aura he released at the beginning, I would have died even if I transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Why did he show mercy at such a critical moment? Duan Lingtian struggled to stand up curiously. However, he discovered he could not stand at all. His injuries were too severe. Many of his bones and tendons were broken. It would take some time for him to recover. Are you all right? Two voices sounded at the same time. In the next moment, a fragrant breeze wafted into his nostrils. Two beautiful figures appeared next to Duan Lingtian. They were Xiao Lan and Bai Yao, who were in tears from anxiety. When they saw Duan Lingtian was about to stand up, they hurriedly helped him up. They did not look down on Duan Lingtian even though he was wearing Duan Lingtian's dragon skin. Their hearts were filled with bitterness as they helped Duan Lingtian up. Although they knew Duan Lingtian had pushed them away out of kindness, they did not feel happy at all. There was only bitterness in their hearts. Even the girl named Tian Wu could die for him. Could it be that the two of them did not even have the right to die for him? Duan Lingtian did not know what the two ladies were thinking. Otherwise, he would have been speechless. After being helped up by the two ladies, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at the middle-aged man in the distance. He discovered the middle-aged man was looking at him with a hint of dread in his eyes. Didn't you want to kill me? Why did you show mercy? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice after he took a deep breath to ease the injuries in his body. I just want to give you another chance. You've seen my strength earlier. If I want to, I can kill you as easily as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Quickly hand over the Devil Seal tablet. Don't test my patience. Chapter 1876. However, Duan Lingtian could see through the middle-aged man's facade. He wanted to read. He seems to be afraid of something. However, what do I have that he's afraid of? If there really is one, it would be my dragon skin. Could it be that he recognized the origin of my dragon warrior's dragon skin? The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. If the middle-aged man recognized his dragon skin, he would know he was a dragon warrior. Moreover, he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. According to Hua Lao, a 9-clawed dragon warrior was extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Normally, a 9-clawed dragon warrior would only appear after a 9-clawed divine dragon had passed down the inheritance to him. Could it be that he thinks I have a 9-clawed divine dragon backing me? Duan Lingtian thought it was ridiculous when he thought about this. If he really had a 9-clawed divine dragon backing him, why would he need to go to the upper province to save his wife, Ker? He could just ask the 9-clawed divine dragon for help, and the Zoroastrianism would definitely send Ker back. However, Duan Lingtian knew this was only his opinion. Others might not think the same way. It was obvious that this expert, who seemed to be from the upper province, was wary of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put on such a strong front. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, an anxious voice rang in the air. It was Duan Ruffing, Ku Mi, and Rong Yuan. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived next to Duan Lingtian, Xiao Lan, and Bai Yao. Tian, are you all right? When Duan Ruffing saw Duan Lingtian's pale face, he did not bother to ask why Duan Lingtian was wearing dragon skin. He was only concerned about his son's safety. Father, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He only suffered internal injuries. As long as he was given time, he would recover completely. At the same time, A gust of wind blew past Duan Ruffing. Kumi, who was originally standing next to Duan Ruffing, suddenly made his move. He seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged toward the middle-aged man in the distance. The Azure Cloud Mansion is not a place where you can act presumptuously, Kumi said sternly as he made his move. Elder Kumi. Horror dawned on Duan Lingan. Horror. He did not expect Kumi would attack the middle-aged man. Kumi, the middle-aged man's strength, the middle-aged man's strength, he was at least at the quintessential, the middle-aged man's. Not to mention Elder Ku, even his father, Duan Rufeng, wasn't a match for the middle-aged man. Bang. Accompanied by a loud noise in the void, the withered old body strangely paused in the air for a moment, then burst open, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky like a bloody rain. Ku, Rong Yuan's expression changed greatly. He never thought that his good friend of many years would die in front of him like this. Elder Ku. Horror dawned on Duan Rufeng's face as well. Ever since he became the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Kumi and Rong Yuan had been his right-hand men. As time passed, he no longer treated them as outsiders. However, Kumi had died right in front of his eyes. He was killed by someone. Duan Rufeng's eyes turned red immediately. At this moment, a terrifying devil chi surged out of Duan Rufeng's body. Although it was not targeted at Duan Lingtian, Xiaolan, and Bai Yao, they still felt as though their breathing was restricted. It was extremely unbearable. This demonic chi was still increasing at an extremely fast speed. The aura on Duan Rufeng's body was getting more and more terrifying. Father, no. When Duan Lingtian discovered Duan Ruffing had disappeared from his side, horror dawned on his face immediately. He did not think his father would be able to avenge Elder Ku. The middle-aged man was just too powerful. As a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, your strength is comparable to an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Not bad. Unfortunately, let alone your strength at the early quintessential saint stage, even if you unleash your strength at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, you're still no match for me. The middle-aged man's cold voice resonated in the air. Based on his words, it was obvious his cultivation base was above the peak of the quintessential saint stage. At the same time, he began to make his move. But no! When Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man was about to make his move again, horror dawned on him immediately. No! Horror dawned on Xiaolan and Bai Yao's faces as well. Their eyes were filled with horror. As for Rong Yuan, he instantly flew out in an attempt to support Duan Ruffing. Although he knew he was no match for the middle-aged man, he did not retreat at all. If he could die for the sake of the mansion master, he would have no regrets in his life. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs reverberated in the air. Duan Ruffing and Rong Yuan were sent flying by the middle-aged man like arrows that were shot out from a bow. Duan Ruffing only managed to stop himself after he was sent flying far away. As for Rong Yuan, he fell on the ground in a wretched state. His face was extremely pale. It was obvious he was severely injured. However, this was not strange. After all, his strength was much weaker than Duan Ruffing. However, it was obvious the middle-aged man was merciful this time. He did not kill them like he did to Kumi previously. Otherwise, regardless if it was Duan Ruffing or Rong Yuan, it would be impossible for them to survive. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of wind whistling. In the next instant, a person appeared in his line of sight. It was a person who was just inches away from him. It was the middle-aged man. After pushing Xiaolan and Bai Yao away, the middle-aged man kicked Duan Lingtian with his leg. With a loud bang, the kick landed on Duan Lingtian's body and threw him to the ground again. Duan Lingtian, who was already injured, could not get up after he fell to the ground. When Xiaolan and Bai Yao saw this, they could not take it anymore. Although they knew they were no match for the middle-aged man, they still attacked him. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The middle-aged man said nonchalantly. He did not even lift a finger, but Xiaolan and Bai Yao were sent flying. At the same time, they lost their ability to fight. Bang! The middle-aged man lifted his leg and stomped on the dragon scales on Duan Lingtian's chest. He looked down at Duan Lingtian in a condescending manner and said coldly, I've said before that my patience is limited. You're afraid. Duan Lingtian, who was being stepped on by the middle-aged man, felt humiliated. At the same time, he opened his blood-stained mouth and spoke slowly. Afraid? The middle-aged man's heart trembled when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, his mouth was tough. I'm afraid? What a joke. What's there to be afraid of? 9-clawed divine dragon. Duan Lingtian said with a grin on his face as he looked straight into the middle-aged man's eyes. 9-clawed divine dragon. Duan Lingtian's words were like a bolt from the blue when they entered the middle-aged man's ears. This was because Duan Lingtian had guessed everything correctly. It was so accurate that it made him tremble in fear. That was the truth. In the beginning, the middle-aged man wanted to kill Duan Lingtian at lightning speed and seize the Devil Seal tablet. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian transforming into a dragon warrior, he immediately recognized Duan Lingtian as a dragon warrior. Moreover, he noticed there were 9 claws on each of Duan Lingtian's dragon claws. It was obvious he was not just a 7-clawed dragon warrior or 8-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. If one wanted to become a dragon warrior, one would have to receive the blessing inheritance from a 7-clawed divine dragon or above. Usually, those who received the blessing inheritance from a 7-clawed divine dragon would become a 7-clawed dragon warrior. Those who received the blessing inheritance from an 8-clawed divine dragon would become an 8-clawed dragon warrior. In the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the dragon warriors he had heard of were 8-clawed dragon warriors at most. However, today he saw a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Usually, a 9-clawed dragon warrior would be someone who had received the blessing inheritance from a 9-clawed divine dragon. It seemed like there had never been such a person in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the very least, in the history he knew, let alone a 9-clawed dragon warrior, there had never been a 9-clawed divine dragon. A dragon warrior would usually have a close relationship with the dragon who had given him the blessing inheritance. The middle-aged man was afraid of offending a 9-clawed divine dragon, so he did not kill Duan Lingtian. If he had not held back, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to escape death even if he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. You're very smart. When the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian mentioning the 9-clawed divine dragon, many expressions appeared on his face. In the end, he did not deny it. Instead, he praised Duan Lingtian. However, I still stand by my words. Hand over the Devil Seal tablet. I admit that I don't dare to kill you or anyone who's close to you because I'm afraid of the 9-clawed divine dragon behind you. However, it doesn't make any difference to me if I kill other people. The middle-aged man said coldly, if you don't want the Azure Cloud Mansion to be bathed in blood, it's best that you hand over the Devil Seal tablet to me. Why you dare? When Duan Lingtian heard the middle-aged man admitting that he was afraid of the 9-clawed divine dragon behind him, he thought the middle-aged man would be honest. It did not cross his mind that he would make such a threat. Bathed in blood in the Azure Cloud Mansion? Don't doubt my determination. I'm a man of my words. The middle-aged man said coldly. His cross-eyed eyes were filled with ruthlessness as though he was about to devour someone. Faced with the middle-aged man who was like a cold-blooded animal, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to compromise in the end and hand over the Devil Seal tablet even though he did not want to compromise. After obtaining the Devil Seal tablet, the middle-aged man chuckled. You're really naive. I'm afraid of the 9-clawed divine dragon behind you, so I don't dare to kill you or your family and friends. However, it doesn't mean that I don't dare to kill those who aren't related to you. I was just trying to deceive you earlier. You actually believed me? The humiliation that I've suffered because of you today is destined to be washed away with fresh blood. The moment the middle-aged man finished speaking, he left with the Devil Seal tablet. How dare you? Duan Lingtian was so furious that his eyes were about to pop out. He did not expect the middle-aged man would go back on his words after obtaining the Devil Seal tablet. At this moment, he felt as though he was about to explode from the anger in his heart. In this lifetime, if I, Duan Lingtian, don't kill you, I swear I'm not a human. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were bloodshot, and his body emitted waves of terrifying killing intent. It had been a long time since he was this angry. Chapter 1877. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, dragon warriors had always been a special existence. Take a look. This was because every time a dragon warrior was born, there would be a divine dragon with more than 7 claws standing behind him. Every divine dragon with more than 7 claws could only nurture one dragon warrior in their lifetime. Due to this reason, there would always be a divine dragon with more than 7 claws standing behind every dragon warrior. Behind a 7-clawed dragon warrior would be a 7-clawed divine dragon. Behind an 8-clawed dragon warrior would be an 8-clawed divine dragon. Behind a 9-clawed dragon warrior would be an 8-clawed divine dragon. In the long history of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were many 7-clawed dragon warriors and even some 8-clawed dragon warriors. Once, someone had killed a 7-clawed dragon warrior and was killed by the 7-clawed divine dragon. Once, someone had killed an 8-clawed dragon warrior's family and was killed by the 8-clawed divine dragon. There were also people who annihilated an 8-clawed dragon warrior sect. However, the 8-clawed dragon warrior and his family were spared. In the end, the 8-clawed divine dragon did not retaliate. There were also people who only snatched the super saint weapon from the dragon warrior and did not suffer the wrath of the divine dragon behind the dragon warrior. These incidents in history were enough to prove one thing. There was a limit to how protective a 7-clawed divine dragon would be toward a dragon warrior. Due to this reason, the powerhouses from the upper province who came to the Azure Cloud Mansion with the intention of snatching the Devil Seal tablet stopped in time when they saw Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon warrior. They did not kill Duan Lingtian. Damn it! Why did that brat have to be a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Even if he's just a 7-clawed dragon warrior, it's fine if I kill him. I, Xiezong, am not afraid of those few 7-clawed divine dragons from the upper province. The middle-aged man, Xiezong, who had deceived Duan Lingtian of the Devil Seal tablet and was about to kill in the Azure Cloud Mansion, muttered to himself with a grave expression on his face. Based on his words, he actually dared to kill a 7-clawed dragon warrior and was not afraid of a 7-clawed divine dragon. There isn't even an 8-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land, let alone a 9-clawed divine dragon. It seems like the reason Duan Lingtian is able to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior is due to the legacy left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon. That 9-clawed divine dragon must have ascended to a Devata realm and possessed earth-shattering strength. Xiezong was not sure if the 9-clawed divine dragon was paying attention to Duan Lingtian, but he did not dare to take the risk. If he lost the bet, he would definitely die. After all, even a 9-clawed divine dragon could only grant one person the ability to transform into a dragon in its lifetime. It was impossible for the 9-clawed divine dragon to not value Duan Lingtian. Because of this, he did not kill Duan Lingtian, nor did he kill anyone close to Duan Lingtian. Regarding this, he was naturally very aggrieved. Suddenly, a group of black-armored guards appeared within Xiezong's line of sight, causing his eyes to abruptly light up. Who's there? When Xiezong saw the group of black-armored guards patrolling the area, the black-armored guards noticed him as well. After shouting loudly, they surrounded him. However, they soon discovered something else. As the middle-aged man raised his hand and closed his fingers, the air around them suddenly shrank, causing them to be unable to move. Bang, bang, bang. As the sound of explosions rang in the air, the group of black-armored guards exploded one after another, leaving behind a rain of blood. After killing a group of black-armored guards, Xiezong felt much better. This is just the beginning. Xiezong muttered to himself as he narrowed his eyes. A sinister smile could be seen on his face. Stop! At this moment, a shout sounded from afar. It was Duan Ruffing who had made his way over, trying to stop Xiezong. If you're not Duan Lingtian's father, you'd be dead by now. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a mere leader of a quasi-third-rate force, dares to make a fuss in front of me, Xiezong. Xiezong glanced at Duan Ruffing coldly before he casually pushed his hand out. At once, the air trembled as a wave of vast and invisible energy swept out and sent Duan Ruffing flying again. In front of him, Even someone as strong as Duan Ruffing could not withstand a single blow. Humph. At the same time, as though he had noticed something, Xiezong's eyes turned cold as he pushed his hand out. Bang! As the loud sound reverberated in the air trembled as a wretched figure was sent flying out of thin air. It was a black-clad man. Due to the fact that his entire body was covered in black, one could not see his face at all. Barf! However, as the black-clad man was sent flying, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wooing! Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Ruffing, who was sent flying in the distance as well. The person who had launched a sneak attack on Xiezong was none other than Yu Wu-ing. Yu Wu-ing was a mysterious person in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He was even more mysterious than Duan Ruffing, the mansion master. Everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion knew that Yu Wu-ing was like their mansion master's shadow. Most importantly, Yu Wu-ing was skilled in assassination techniques. He was like a ghost in the dark. Although he was slightly weaker than Duan Ruffing, he could kill someone that Duan Ruffing might not be able to kill. However, today, even he had failed. Based on this, one could see how powerful Xiezong was. He had far surpassed Yu Wu-ing. With Shadowless's assassination technique, he'd be able to assassinate an ordinary early quintessential Saint stage powerhouse when he least expects it. However, in front of this person who calls himself Xiezong, before he could even get close to him and make his move, he's already been caught by him. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential Saint stage might not be able to do this. When Duan Ruffing looked at Xiezong again, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. It seems like he's someone who has surpassed the quintessential Saint stage. Thank you, Lord Zong. Just as Xiezong's eyes were cold and he was about to make his move to kill Yu Wu-ing, a voice resonated from afar. An old figure appeared along with the voice. With just a glance, Xiezong could tell the person was the Watcher of the Debussy Subterranean. He was a quintessential Saint stage martial cultivator sent by a first-rate force in the Upper Province. What's the matter? However, Xiezong had a lazy expression on his face when he saw the Watcher. In fact, he even seemed a little impatient. It was obvious he did not take the Watcher seriously. The Watcher was an old man. It was obvious he was a little restrained when he saw Xiezong. How could he not be restrained? Not only was Xiezong stronger than him, but his background was also not something he could compare to. Although the force behind him was a first-rate force in the Upper Province, he was merely an ordinary elder. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to this godforsaken lower province. However, Xiezong, who was standing in front of him, was from one of the three great sects in the Upper Province, the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Moreover, Xiezong's status in the Zhuangzi Buddhism was extraordinary. Let alone him, even the leader of the first-rate force in the Upper Province would have to treat Xiezong with respect. Lord Xiezong, the rule about powerhouses at the quintessential Saint stage and above in the Upper Province not killing in the Lower Province was set by the three great sects, including your sect. Can you try not to kill as much as possible? Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to explain this to the higher-ups. The Watcher smiled wryly as he spoke to Xiezong like a subordinate. Humph. Upon hearing the Watcher's words, Xiezong snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "If anyone says you're neglecting your duties because of this matter, you can ask them to come to the Zhuangzi Buddhism to denounce me." Go to the Zhuangzi Buddhism? Denounce you for your crimes? The Watcher smiled wryly. Perhaps, even the leader of the first-rate force behind him would not dare to denounce Xiezong in the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Put aside the fact that Xiezong was an elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, his father was one of the four great kings of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. In the Zhuangzi Buddhism, the four great kings could even kill the sect leader if they joined forces. Based on this, one could see how high their status was and how powerful they were. Xiezong glanced at the Watcher in disdain before he shifted his gaze back to Yu Wing. He smirked. "You should have nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way." The moment Xiezong's words left his mouth, Duan Rufeng's expression changed drastically. Yu Wuing's expression that was hidden under his black robe turned solemn as well. Since when did the great elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism start to flaunt his prowess in the lower province? Just as Xiezong was about to attack Yu Wuing, a calm voice sounded as though it came from all directions. At the very least, it sounded that way to everyone other than Xiezong. However, when Xiezong heard the voice, he immediately looked to the north and asked in a low voice, "Who's that?" Duan Ruffing, who was initially worried about Yu Wuing, had a glint in his eyes when he heard the voice. At the same time, he followed Xiezong's gaze. Although Yu Wuing's expression could not be seen, his body trembled slightly when he heard the voice. The watcher also followed Xiezong's gaze and looked to the north. A figure unhurriedly stepped out from behind the clouds in the northern sky. It was an old man dressed in a light gray robe. The old man stood there with an air of immortality. The Oracle Man. Xiezong's eyes lit up when he saw the old man's face. His breathing quickened, and his heartbeat quickened. The Oracle Man was the current successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's second absolute, the Prophet Progeny. He was also a thorn in the side of the three great sects, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism that he belonged to. If I can kill the Oracle Man and bring his head back, my chances of becoming the next sect leader will increase by a lot. Xiezong's heartbeat quickened when he thought of this. The Oracle Man, I didn't expect you to be attracted by the Devil Seal Tablet as well. Unfortunately, the Devil Seal Tablet is already mine. As for you, since you're here, there's no need for you to leave. Stay. As soon as Xiezong finished speaking, he disappeared from his spot. At the very least, no one present, including Duan Ruffing and Yu Wuing, could see Xiezong's movements clearly. Chapter 1878. If you want me to stay, we'll see if you have the ability to do so. His voice became softer and softer as he spoke. What? Book? Book. As he spoke, the Oracle Man had already turned around and left. As for Xiezong, he was eager to take the Oracle Man's life. When he saw the Oracle Man leaving, he, naturally, chased after him. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about Yu Wuing and the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Oracle Man and Xiezong left one after another. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. At this moment, only Duan Ruffing, Yu Wuing, and the Watcher were left at the scene. Mansion Master Duan, what's going on? Why did Lord Xiezong come to the Azure Cloud Mansion to kill people? The Watcher looked at Duan Ruffing with a puzzled expression on his face. The reason he could make it in time was because someone had warned him that a powerhouse from the Upper Province had violated the rules in the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the end, he was still too late. Many people had already died in the hands of the powerhouse from the Upper Province. In the beginning, he did not know who the powerhouse from the Upper Province was. It was only when he arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion that he found out the powerhouse from the Upper Province was Xiezong, an elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect. If he knew it was Xiezong, he would not have come at all. He's here for the Devil Seal Tablet. Duan Ruffing said in a deep voice. The Devil Seal Tablet? Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, the Watcher frowned. Didn't the Devil Seal Tablet disappear a few years ago? It said that a young man named Duan Lingtian obtained it. Ever since then, that young man disappeared with the Devil Seal Tablet. Elder Lu, you rarely go out, so I'm afraid you don't know that Duan Lingtian who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet is my son. Today, Xiezong came to the Azure Cloud Mansion and killed Elder Ku before he snatched the Devil Seal Tablet from my son. When Duan Ruffing reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly with killing intent. That Duan Lingtian is Mansion Master Duan's son? The watchman was surprised. Elder Lu, based on what Xiezong said to you, he's from one of the three great sects in the Upper Province, the Zhuangzi Buddhism? I see that you seem to be a little afraid of him. Duan Ruffing asked. What Xiezong said to Master Lu just now made him realize that Xiezong was a member of Zhuangzi Buddhism. The Zhuangzi Buddhism was one of the three great sects in the Upper Province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. The three main sects in the Upper Province were Zoroastrianism, Heaven Divination Sect, and Zhuangzi Buddhism. He was aware of this. Lord Xiezong is an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. He's a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse. Apart from that, his father is one of the four kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. People call him the Golden Lion King. When the watchman reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn. In terms of status, any one of the four kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism is in no way inferior to the sect leader of Zhuangzi Buddhism. If the four kings come to an agreement, They can even remove the current sect leader and appoint a new one. Duan Rufeng's expression was grave. He did not expect Xiezong to have such a powerful background. Not only was he an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, but he was also the son of one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, the Golden Lion King. He was not surprised when the watchman said Xiezong was a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He could tell that even a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage could not compare to Xiezong's strength. There was only one possibility. Xiezong's cultivation base had already surpassed the quintessential saint stage. In the Dao martial saint land, there was another stage after the quintessential saint stage. That stage was the Saint Celestial stage. The Saint Celestial stage was divided into 9 stages known as the 9 forms of the Saint Celestial stage. Once one cultivated to the last form, the Celestial Ascension form, one would be able to trigger the Celestial Ascension Tribulation from heaven and earth. Once one passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, one would be able to ascend to the heavens and become a true Celestial. Father, Duan Lingtian, who had slightly recovered from his injuries, flew over with the help of Xiaolan and Bai Yao. Currently, he had already put away his dragon skin and no longer looked like a dragon warrior. Father, how many people from the Azure Cloud Mansion did that guy kill? After arriving next to Duan Rufeng, Duan Lingtian asked with a grave expression on his face. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. 10 people died. Duan Rufeng sighed. 10 people? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He found it hard to believe. Only 10 people? Father, did something happen? Duan Lingtian asked again. He did not believe the middle-aged man was a kind person. If the middle-aged man did not see him transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and was afraid of the 9-clawed divine dragon, he would have killed him and annihilated the entire Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian figured something must have happened that caused the middle-aged man to stop killing the Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples. Earlier, another powerhouse from the upper province came. When he saw him, he mocked him. After that powerhouse from the upper province turned around and left. He also chased after that powerhouse from the upper province. Although Duan Lingtian recognized the Oracle Man, he did not say anything and pretended not to know him. Before he obtained permission from the Oracle Man, he would not reveal that he knew the Oracle Man. Another powerhouse from the upper province came. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was, naturally, shocked. He immediately looked around. After a few glances, he discovered that apart from his father, there was only one old man left. Yu Wuing had already left without him noticing. However, when Duan Lingtian heard that the middle-aged man who snatched the Devil Seal tablet from him had left, he sighed in relief. Put everything else aside, the fact that the middle-aged man had left meant that the other people in the Azure Cloud Mansion had escaped death. As for seeking revenge, he did not have the strength to do so at this moment. At this moment, even if he was filled with anger, he could only bury it in the depths of his heart. This was because he knew he did not have the strength to deal with that person, let alone kill him. Mansion Master Duan, is this your son? At some point, the Watcher's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian as he asked Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng nodded. Then he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, Tian, this is our Dvusiai Subterranean's Watcher, Elder Lu. Watcher? Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, shocked. He did not expect the Dvusiai Subterranean's Watcher would appear here. Elder Lu. Out of courtesy, Duan Lingtian still greeted the Watcher. Little fellow, you're quite lucky to be able to obtain a super saint weapon like the Devil Seal Tablet. However, the Devil Seal Tablet is a super saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking after all. It might not be a good thing for you to obtain it. Now that the Devil Seal Tablet is no longer in your hands, there's no need for you to hide like before. It's a win-win situation. The Watcher's words were still fine in the beginning. However, as he spoke, a complicated expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Indeed, it might not be a bad thing for him that the Devil Seal Tablet was no longer in his hands. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's thoughts did not mean he no longer hated the middle-aged man from before. Not only did the middle-aged man humiliated him, but he had even killed 10 disciples from the Azure Cloud Mansion and Elder Ku. He would definitely avenge himself sooner or later. As for now, he knew his limits. Mansion Master Duan, since there's nothing else here, I'll take my leave as well. After the Watcher bade farewell to Duan Ruffing, he left. At this moment, only Duan Ruffing, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Lan, and Bai Yao were left on the scene. As for Rong Yuan, he was busy comforting the Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples who were affected by the commotion. That person's name is Xie Zong. He's an elder from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, one of the 3 great sects in the Upper Province. His cultivation base has already surpassed the quintessential saint stage. He's a powerhouse who has entered the saint celestial stage. Duan Ruffing was the first to break the silence. When he mentioned Xie Zong again, killing intent rose in Duan Ruffing's eyes as though he was about to devour someone. The anger in his heart was no less than Duan Lingtian. Someone from one of the 3 great sects? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. He did not expect that before he could rescue his wife, Ker, from the evil clutches of Zoroastrianism, he would be involved with another sect, the Zhuangzi Buddhism. Naturally, it was not a good relationship. As for the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to it. Previously, when he was still in the Mystical Sky Mansion, a quasi-third-rate force, he had gone to the library in the main mansion of the Mystical Sky Mansion and read many books. Among them, there were books that introduced the cultivation base in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Among them was the Saint Celestial stage. The Saint Celestial stage was the cultivation base after the quintessential saint stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. It was also the last cultivation base in the Tao Martial Saint Land. As long as one cultivated to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the Celestial Ascension form, one would be able to undergo the Celestial Ascension tribulation. Once one passed the heavenly tribulation, one would be able to ascend to the heavens. His master whom he had never met, the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, had once cultivated to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and passed the heavenly tribulation before ascending to the Devata realm. Saint Celestial stage. I wonder which form of the Saint Celestial stage Xie Zong has cultivated to? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he felt a certain amount of pressure. As it turned out, Xie Zong, who killed Elder Ku and more than 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples, was actually a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. He was someone he had to look up to now. However, Duan Lingtian was not discouraged by this. So what if Xie Zong was at the Saint Celestial stage? One day, he would kill his way to the Zhuangzi Buddhism and avenge Elder Ku and the 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples. It was all because of the Devil Seal tablet that Xie Zong had appeared in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, the Devil Seal tablet belonged to him. For this reason, whether it was Elder Ku's death or the other Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples' deaths, Duan Lingtian would take all the blame on himself. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian would only be able to let go of the burden on his shoulders when he killed Xie Zong and avenged himself. Since the Azure Cloud Mansion had caused such a huge commotion, it was, naturally, impossible for the news to be kept a secret. In fact, the Azure Cloud Mansion did not intentionally conceal the news. Instead, they openly spread the news. Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, is the lucky person who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. After his identity was exposed, he was coveted by a powerhouse from the Upper Province. The Devil Seal tablet was also taken away by the powerhouse from the Upper Province. The powerhouse from the Upper Province who took the Devil Seal tablet away is an elder from the Zhuangzi Buddhism, one of the 3 great sects in the Upper Province. Chapter 1879. The people in the Debussy subterranean did not expect this at all. 1. Reading? Not long after they found out that Duan Lingtian, who possessed the Devil Seal tablet, was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hands was snatched away by a powerhouse from the Upper Province. If the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion didn't expose his identity, he wouldn't have been targeted by the powerhouses from the Upper Province. The Devil Seal tablet in his hands wouldn't have been snatched away by them as well. Many people sighed emotionally. If he wants to fulfill the 5-year pact with the dragons, he's bound to expose his identity. However, compared to the Devil Seal Tablet, obtaining the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool in the Saint Land of the Dragons doesn't seem to be worth the loss. That's right. If it were me, I'd rather not participate in the 5-year pact than lose the Devil Seal Tablet. Perhaps, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is regretting it now. More than half of the WCI subterranean became lively. The topic of discussion was all about Duan Lingtian. When the news spread out, even the Mountain Shade Black Market and the dragons received the news. It's been snatched away so quickly? When leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market heard the news, he was surprised as well. However, he was not surprised that the Devil Seal Tablet in Duan Lingtian's hands was snatched away. Instead, he was surprised that it was snatched away in such a short time. Previously, when Duan Lingtian fulfilled the 5-year pact with the dragons and exposed his identity, he knew Duan Lingtian would not be able to keep the Devil Seal Tablet in his hands. It was precisely because of this that even he didn't covet the Devil Seal Tablet at that time. He knew very well that even he would not be able to keep the Devil Seal Tablet. In front of some powerhouses from the upper province, he, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market who was widely acknowledged as one of the 2 strongest powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land, was not worth mentioning at all. Serves him right. Other than clan leader Dishan, who did not say anything, all the other 5-clawed divine dragons, including Shui-chan, the enforcement elder, were gloating over Dishan's misfortune. They did not have a good impression of the young man who had killed the future patriarch of the Dragon Clan and snatched the opportunity to enter the Dragon Clan's Saint Land, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. They could not wait for the young man to be killed after the Devil Seal Tablet was snatched away. You want to see it? Books? It seems that Duan Lingtian has encountered a good-tempered expert from the upper province. That's right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. Perhaps he'll obediently kneel and beg for mercy when he sees the powerhouses from the upper province and offer the Devil Seal Tablet with both hands? The group of 5-clawed divine dragon elders discussed animatedly, their words filled with mockery. The news spread far and wide, and it did not take long for it to spread to almost the entire WCI subterranean. In the faraway 6th-rate Saint Nation, Windfall Nation. It had been quite some time since the news of Duan Lingtian, who had obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, being the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion spread. However, the Situ clan's mansion was still crowded. Even the people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family came to visit. Naturally, the people they visited were not the clan leader of Situ clan or any of the high-ranking officials in Situ clan. The people they visited were Duan Lingtian's family and friends. For example, Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others. After a whole day of socializing, Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others finally had some free time in the evening. However, all of them were exhausted. They had been going through such socializing for a few days now. Duan Lingtian is really something. He always gives us different surprises. This time, not only has his cultivation base entered the Divine Saint stage, but the news of him killing Diju, who was at the early exemplary saint stage, has also spread out. Even the news of him becoming the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion has spread out. Nangong Yi stretched his arms and legs. After a long while, he could not help but ridicule. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base has entered the Divine Saint stage, and he has even become the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. We should be happy for him, Nangong Chen said as he glanced at Nangong Yi indifferently. The current Nangong Chen was different from his cold and distant self in the past. He had changed a lot. At the very least, he would not have said such a thing in the past. Nangong Chen is right. We should be happy for Duan Lingtian. Nangong Yi, if you're tired, you don't have to deal with those guests from tomorrow onward. Chen Xiao Shui said to Nangong Yi. I'm just saying, Nangong Yi glared at Chen Xiao Shui before sighing. Until now, I'm still in a daze. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is still alright since he's already a freak. Although I'm surprised that he has entered the Divine Saint stage, I don't find it strange at all. However, the problem is, how did his identity change so suddenly? The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? What kind of force is the Azure Cloud Mansion? It's one of the two strongest forces in the Debussy subterranean, and he's actually the young mansion master. When Nangong-yi reached the end of his sentence, his voice began to tremble slightly. Until now, he still felt as though he was dreaming. In his opinion, the matter regarding Duan Lingtian was just too ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that he found it hard to believe. I've never heard him mention that his father is the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before this. Chen Xiaoshui smiled wryly. Perhaps he didn't even know his father is the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before this. Haven't you heard him mention it before? One of the reasons he came to the Dao Marshal Saint Land is to look for his parents. Nangong-yi continued to say, I'm really curious what kind of expression he'll have when he finds out his father is the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion is not an ordinary force. As one of the two strongest forces in the Debussy subterranean, it's one of the most outstanding quasi-third-rate forces. Since Little Tian has killed Diju, it can be considered as avenging the people who died in Ling Tian sect. They can rest in peace now. Feng Wudao sighed. The moment Feng Wudao's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. Diju, whom Duan Lingtian had killed to fulfill the 5-year pact, was none other than Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, who had annihilated Ling Tian sect on Half Moon Island. At that time, even they had almost died in Diju's hands. Perhaps, Diju would never have imagined that after 5 years, the young man whom he regarded as an ant would already possess the strength to kill him. Xiong Quan's eyes gleamed as he said. The moment his words left his mouth, an expression of admiration appeared on his face. He admired his young master, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's innate talent isn't something that can be predicted with common sense. However, it's true that he did a great job killing Diju. Nangong smiled. But aren't you tired of the social activities Duan Lingtian has brought you? Chen Xiaoshui asked with a teasing smile. Nangong rolled his eyes at him. Will junior brother be in danger? Unlike Chen Xiaoshui and the others, Bai Li Hong had thought about many things. After all, when he fulfilled the 5-year pact, he revealed his identity as well. Right now, I'm afraid most of the people in the Debussy subterranean already know that he's the one who obtained the Devil Seal tablet back then. The Devil Seal tablet is a famous super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Even powerhouses from the upper province would be tempted by it. If a powerhouse from the upper province is really tempted by it, I'm afraid even the Azure Cloud Mansion won't be able to keep the Devil Seal tablet in his hands. The moment Bai Li Hong thought of this, his expression turned grave immediately. When Feng Wudao and the others saw Bai Li Hong's expression, they found it strange as well. However, when Bai Li Hong revealed his thoughts, they gasped one after another. I didn't think about this before. Now that I hear Elder Bai Li's words, it seems like Duan Lingtian is really in danger. If a powerhouse from the upper province comes, it'll be fine if he can be saved by handing over the Devil Seal tablet. However, I'm worried that with Duan Lingtian's character, he won't be too cooperative. I'm afraid he'll anger the powerhouse from the upper province and be killed by them. With Duan Lingtian's intelligence, I'm sure he'll be able to think of this as well. I can only hope that he'll be able to escape in time before the powerhouse from the upper province comes. For a time, everyone, including Bai Li Hong, began to worry about Duan Lingtian. When they thought about Duan Lingtian's situation, they began to feel anxious. In the next 2 days, they continued to entertain the guests from the outside world. On the 3rd day, another piece of news came that caused their expressions to change drastically. A powerhouse from the upper province came to the Azure Cloud Mansion and forcefully snatched the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian. Is Duan Lingtian all right? When Bai Li Hong and the others heard this news, their expressions changed drastically. The thing they were most worried about had happened. He's all right? It's good that he's all right. It's good that he's all right. When they heard that Duan Lingtian was only robbed of the Devil Seal tablet and that he was all right, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Compared to the Devil Seal tablet, they were more worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. What are all of you talking about? Just as Bai Li Hong and the others were heaving a sigh of relief, a voice resonated in the air. It seemed to come from all directions, causing them to lose their sense of direction. However, just by listening to the voice, they found it familiar. Before they could even react, 3 people suddenly appeared in their field of vision. 2 people stood side by side with a little boy next to them. The 2 people standing side by side were very familiar to them. Junior brother. Little Tian. Duan Linkan. Young master. Master. When Bai Li Hong and the others saw the face of the young man standing side by side, their eyes lit up immediately. All of them had a pleasantly surprised expression on their faces. It did not cross their minds that while they were still worried about the person in front of them, he would appear in front of them in just a short while. They could not help but heave a sigh of relief again. Hearing that Duan Lingtian was all right and seeing that Duan Lingtian was all right were 2 completely different concepts. Is everyone all right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. At the same time, Li Fei, who was standing side by side with Duan Lingtian while holding the hand of a little boy who was about 6 or 7 years old, nodded at Bai Li Hong and the others as a form of greeting. Apart from Bai Li Hong, he knew everyone in the group. Linka, how did you find Miss Fei? Chapter 1880. She first went to the Greenwave Han Mansion to look for Xuan Ai before she was brought to the Azure Cloud Mansion by the person my father sent. What? Reading? Duan Lingtian answered Nangong Yi's question. However, his expression turned grave when he reached the end of his sentence. He could not help but clench his fists as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. At that time, the person his father had sent to pick up Li Fei was precisely Elder Ku. The moment he thought about Elder Ku, the scene of him dying in front of him was still vivid in his mind. Although he was not directly involved in Elder Ku's death, he was indirectly involved in it. After all, it was because he possessed the Devil Seal tablet that he attracted Xie Zong, the powerhouse from the upper provinces Zhuangzi Buddhism. If it were not for that, Xie Zong would not have appeared in the Azure Cloud Mansion, and Elder Ku would not have died. Not only that, but the 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples would not have died as well. For this reason, Duan Lingtian felt extremely guilty and blamed himself for killing Elder Ku and the 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples. At the same time, he swore to himself that he would never forget about killing Elder Ku and the 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples. In the future, whether it was to wash away the humiliation Xie Zong had brought to him or to avenge Elder Ku and the 10 Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples, he would never let Xie Zong go. Even if Xie Zong was an elder from the Zhuangzi Buddhism and had the support of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Duan Lingtian would never forgive him. The person Duan Lingtian wanted to kill must die. In terms of pride, Duan Lingtian was not inferior to Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of Heaven Palace in the mystical Sky Mansion. However, unlike Zhu Luqi, he would not cultivate a Devil Dao cultivation method like the Devouring Dark Devil technique in order to seek revenge. However, this didn't mean that he would watch his enemy live a good life. Duan Lingtian had his own way of seeking revenge. Compared to Zhu Luqi, his biggest advantage was his young age. As long as he was given time, he was confident he would be able to catch up to and even surpass Elder Xie Zong from the Zhuangzi Buddhism. At that time, it would be Xie Zong's death. What? Did I say something wrong? Seeing that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian, Nangong Yi asked nervously. It's none of your business. Hearing Nangong Yi's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and shook his head. Then, he looked at Bai Li Hong and began to introduce Li Fei. Senior brother, this is my wife, Li Fei. I've told you about her before. Hello, sister-in-law. Bai Li Hong smiled and greeted Li Fei. He thought to himself, Junior Marshal brother really has good taste. Senior brother. Li Fei quickly responded. She knew the position of this senior brother Bailey in her man's heart, so she didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. Then, Bai Li Hong's gaze landed on the little boy that Li Fei was holding. Is this your child? What's his name? Niantian, Duan Niantian. Li Fei replied with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I'm getting more and more envious of you now. Nangong Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and said, not only is your innate talent heaven-defying, but your background is also terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, not only do you have a beautiful wife, but you even have a child now. You're really a winner in life. We're all humans, But why do I feel like God favors you more? When Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with jealousy. Naturally, he was only joking when he said this. Nangong Yi's words instantly amused everyone present on the scene, causing the atmosphere to become much more relaxed. Senior brother, Uncle Fo, I'm sure both of you have heard about me by now. The reason I came back this time is to bring both of you to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Compared to the Situ clan, the Azure Cloud Mansion is much better in every aspect. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush as he revealed the purpose of his trip. Go to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, whether it was Nangong, Chen Xiao Shuai, and Chen Xiao Shuai's eyes lit up immediately. As the saying went, man strives for higher ground while water flows for lower ground. If there was a better development, naturally, they would not want to stay in the same spot forever. To them, going to the Azure Cloud Mansion was undoubtedly a better development. Senior brother, Uncle Feng, what about the both of you? Upon seeing the reaction of the Nangong brothers and Chen Xiao Shuai, Duan Lingtian knew they were willing to go to the Azure Cloud Mansion. For a moment, he looked at Bai Li Hong and Feng Wudao. I have no problem with that. Bai Li Hong smiled as he replied. To him, it did not matter where he stayed. Going to the Azure Cloud Mansion was, naturally, the best choice right now. I have no problem with that. However, Tian Wu comes back. Feng Wudao was slightly hesitant. Uncle Feng, the news about me has spread throughout the entire WCI subterranean. If you were Tian Wu, what would you do after hearing about me? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course, I'd go to the Azure Cloud Mansion to look for you. Alright, I'll go to the Azure Cloud Mansion with you. In the beginning, Feng Wudao was confused because he was closely involved, and when he heard Duan Lingtian's question that had a deep meaning, he instantly came to a realization. As for Xiong Quan and Gold Thug, Duan Lingtian did not ask about them at all. Even if he did not ask, he knew their choice would be to leave with him. In that case, I'll go with all of you to bid farewell to the clan leader of Situ clan. The reason Duan Lingtian returned this time was to bring Bai Li Hong and the others to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to this reason, after asking for Bai Li Hong and the others' opinions, he immediately went to look for the clan leader of Situ clan with them. After exchanging some pleasantries, they bade farewell and left. When Duan Lingtian left, his heart was filled with emotions. The clan leader of Situ clan he met this time was a completely different person compared to the clan leader of Situ clan he knew in the past. Although the clan leader of Situ clan was courteous to him in the past, it was not as exaggerated as it was now. However, he could roughly guess the reason why the clan leader of Situ clan seemed like a completely different person. It was none other than his current identity. In the past, he only had slightly higher innate talent and strength, but he did not have any background. Currently, not only was he a divine saint stage powerhouse, but he was also the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force. As the leader of a seventh-rate force, the clan leader of Situ clan had always treated a powerful force like the Azure Cloud Mansion with reverence. Naturally, he treated Duan Lingtian with reverence as well. Junior brother, you're leaving the lower province? After leaving Windfall Nation on the way back to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian told Bai Li Hong that he would be going to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land soon. Bai Li Hong frowned immediately. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked into the distance with a determined gaze. Someone's waiting for me there. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than his other wife, Kerr. As for who Duan Lingtian was referring to, Bai Li Hong and the others could roughly guess who it was. For a time, even Bai Li Hong did not comment on Duan Lingtian's decision to go to the upper province. While Duan Lingtian was leading Bai Li Hong and the others back to the Azure Cloud Mansion, Elder Xiezong of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, who had just passed through the passage leading to the upper province from the WCI subterranean to the upper province, discovered the Oracle Man had completely disappeared from under his nose. Damn it. Naturally, Xiezong knew very well what it meant for the Oracle Man to disappear from under his nose. This meant it was impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. I can't believe the Oracle Man's speed is not inferior to mine at all. Moreover, he's only the successor of the 7 Absolutes sect's second Absolute, the Prophet progeny, that's the weakest in combat. If he's the successor of the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, who would be able to stop him? The moment Xiezong thought of this, his expression turned solemn. Although the 3 great sects, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism, were unwilling to talk about that period of history, it was true. Back then, the 3 great sects had joined forces and managed to survive under the watchful eyes of the 7 Absolute sect. The reason the 7 Absolute sect was so powerful at that time was all because the first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, had a heaven-defying successor. That heaven-defying successor was someone who stunned an entire era. His name was Feng Qingyang, and he was also known as the Sword Saint. At that time, even if the strongest powerhouses in the 3 great sects joined forces, they were not a match for him at all. Fortunately, the 7 Absolute sect's first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, has very strict requirements for its successor. Ever since that time, I've never heard of a successor from the Fog Rain progeny. When Xiezong thought of this, he sighed in relief. At this moment, Xiezong would never have imagined that the Devil Seal tablet he had obtained not long ago was taken from the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Apart from the Fog Rain progeny, the 7 Absolutes sect has 3 other Absolutes that are good at combat: Tremendous Strength, Blazing Fire, and Gemini. Although the last Absolute is not good at fighting in the open, he's the absolute king in the dark. Xiezong muttered to himself. Based on his fluent speech, it was obvious he had a certain understanding of the 7 Absolutes sect. The 7 Absolutes sect was divided into 7 Absolutes. The first Absolute, Fog Rain. The second Absolute, Prophet progeny. The third Absolute, Tremendous Strength. The fourth Absolute, Dark Shadow. The fifth Absolute, Blazing Fire. The sixth Absolute, Gemini. The seventh Absolute, Red Dust. Among them, the first Absolute, the Fog Rain, had always been the spiritual leader of the 7 Absolute sect. The second Absolute, the Prophet, was a wise man and a military advisor. At the same time, he was skilled in the art of divination. The sixth Absolute, Red Dust, was in charge of gathering information. He was the core of the 7 Absolute sect. The third Absolute, Tremendous Strength, the fifth Absolute, Blazing Fire, and the sixth Absolute, Gemini, were the 3 Absolutes that were best at combat in the 7 Absolutes sect apart from the Fog Rain progeny. As for the fourth Absolute, Dark Shadow, as its name implied, it was hidden in the dark like the shadow of the Grim Reaper. It could kill without leaving a trace. It was the king of assassins. It was precisely this kind of sect that was able to shake the 3 great sects in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, including the Zhuangzi Buddhism, whenever they discovered something. Since I've returned to the upper province, I'll refine the Devil Seal tablet and make it acknowledge me as its master. Once the Devil Seal tablet acknowledges me as its master, there won't be more than 100 devil cultivators in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land that I can't suppress with my strength. Xiezong muttered to himself as he returned to the Zhuangzi Buddhism. As for the Azure Cloud Mansion and Duan Lingtian, they had long been forgotten by him. Chapter 1881. Although Xiezong was wary of the 9-clawed divine dragon behind Duan Lingtian due to his ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, however, this did not mean that Xiezong was wary of Duan Lingtian. In fact, in Xiezong's eyes, whether Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior or not, he was just like an ant. In the history of the Tao Martial Saint Land, there were many 7-clawed dragon warriors and 8-clawed dragon warriors who had achieved nothing. This was because humans who obtained the ability to transform into a dragon warrior would not have their innate talent improved. The ability to transform into a dragon warrior would only grant them a higher combat strength. For example, although Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a divine saint stage powerhouse, he was still no match for a quintessential saint stage powerhouse even if he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and unleash all his techniques. It was even more impossible for him to be a match for Xiezong, who had already entered the Saint Celestial stage. In Xiezong's opinion, although the innate talent Duan Lingtian had displayed in the Debussy subterranean was not bad, it was nothing. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, although there were not many young powerhouses with innate talent like Duan Lingtian, there were still many of them. Moreover, when he was Duan Lingtian's age, he was already at the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Due to this reason, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to catch up to him. Since Duan Lingtian could not catch up to him, there was nothing to worry about. Xiezong had already thought about this when he dismissed the idea of killing Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian had the potential to catch up to him, he would not show mercy to Duan Lingtian even if he had to risk angering the nine-clawed divine dragon. In other words, it was because Xiezong had underestimated Duan Lingtian's innate talent that Duan Lingtian was able to survive. The Crouching Dragon Lake is right in front of us. The Azure Cloud Mansion's estate is located there. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian's family of 3, Duan Lingtian, Bai Li Hong, and the others finally arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The Crouching Dragon Lake was faintly discernible. Azure Cloud Mansion. When they learned that they were about to arrive at the Azure Cloud Mansion, whether it was Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, Nangong, his brothers, Chen Xiao Shuai, or the others, all of them could not help but look at the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion was one of the 2 quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy subterranean, and from today onwards, they would enter through their relationship with Duan Lingtian and become one of them. For a moment, they were all excited. With Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, leading the way, it was naturally easy for Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others to enter the Crouching Dragon Lake. Little Fei, take Nian'er back first. Before they made their way to the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei, who was next to him. Li Fei nodded obediently. After bidding farewell to Bai Li Hong and the others, she left with Duan Yentian. In the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion, this was also the first time Bai Li Hong and the others met Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Ruffing. In the face of the famous mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing, apart from Xiong Quan, who had been following Duan Lingtian since the beginning, the others seemed a little awkward. However, Duan Ruffing did not put on a haughty attitude in front of Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others. Instead, he was friendly and amiable. Bai Li Hong and the others gradually relaxed. In the end, they were chatting and laughing as though they were old friends who had reunited for many years. Master Bai Li, Brother Feng, and the rest of you. From now on, all of you can treat this place as your own home. As long as all of you stay in the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Azure Cloud Mansion will protect all of you. Not only that, but will also provide all of you with the best cultivation environment and resources. Duan Ruffing said to Bai Li Hong and the others. All of them were his son's family and friends. As his father, he naturally could not neglect them. Thank you, Mansion Master Duan. Upon hearing this, Bai Li Hong and the others quickly expressed their gratitude. Come back and look for me after you've settled your senior brother, Uncle Feng, and the others. When Duan Lingtian was about to send Bai Li Hong and the others to rest, his father, Duan Rufing's voice resonated in his ears as soon as he walked out of the central main hall's door. He could tell his father's voice was a little heavy. At once, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Although Duan Lingtian was puzzled about the reason his father asked him to come back, he still returned after settling Bai Li Hong and the others down. Father, why did you ask me to come back? Duan Lingtian asked anxiously as he looked at Duan Ruffing as soon as he entered the central main hall again. At this moment, only the father and son were left in the central main hall. There's news about Kerr and my granddaughter. Duan Ruffing said solemnly. Kerr? Upon hearing Duan Rufing's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed immediately. His breathing quickened as well. Father, how's Kerr now? Also, how's my daughter and I? Based on his father's words, it seemed like the child Kerr had given birth to was a girl. However, this was not the main point. What he wanted to know the most was how Kerr and his daughter were doing. Kerr and the child are fine for the time being. Duan Ruffing said again. They're fine for the time being? Duan Lingtian frowned. Father, what do you mean by that? Duan Ruffing sighed. According to the information I've gotten from someone, both Kerr and my granddaughter are now imprisoned by the Zoroastrianism Law Enforcement Hall. They're just waiting for the leader of Zoroastrianism to come out of his closed-door cultivation. Then, the Zoroastrianism Law Enforcement Hall will decide the fate of Kerr and her mother. Based on the current situation, it's very difficult for Kerr and her mother to survive. What? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Kerr and his daughter were imprisoned by the Law Enforcement Hall of Zoroastrianism? Father, is the information accurate? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down slightly before he looked at Duan Ruffing and asked. It's 100% accurate, Duan Ruffing said confidently. If the Watcher had helped him to obtain this information, he did not dare to believe it completely. However, the problem was this information was told to him by the elusive the Oracle Man. The Oracle Man who had helped the Azure Cloud Mansion lure Xiezong, the elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism, away had come to the Azure Cloud Mansion a few days ago. Apart from telling him that Xiezong had returned to the Upper Province, he also told him about Kerr and their daughter. Father, can you tell me who told you this? Duan Lingtian asked. Tian, the person who told me this is very famous in the Upper and Lower Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. People call him the Oracle Man. Duan Ruffing said. The Oracle Man? Duan Lingtian was shocked. This was because he had heard of the Oracle Man before this. He knew the Oracle Man was famous in the Dao Martial Saint Land for his ability in divination. It was rumored that the Oracle Man was a man of his word. He had never lied before. The people in the Dao Martial Saint Land even gave him the title of Living Celestial. Father, you know the Oracle Man? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect his father to know the Oracle Man. Let alone the Debussyi Subterranean, the Oracle Man was also very famous in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even the leaders of the third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate forces in the Upper Province might not know the Oracle Man. However, his father, a mere leader of a quasi-third-rate force in the Lower Province, not only knew the Oracle Man, but he seemed to be very familiar with him as well. Otherwise, why would he help him to gather information? He had heard that even the leaders of the three great sects and first-rate forces in the Upper Province might not be able to order the Oracle Man around. I met him by chance and we met a few times in the end. We can be considered as acquaintances. Although Duan Ruffing mentioned the Oracle Man, he did not tell Duan Lingtian that the Oracle Man came to look for him many times. This was also the old prophet's order before he left. He could not let Duan Lingtian know about his existence for the time being. Duan Lingtian finally understood. At the same time, his expression turned grave. Since the Oracle Man said so, it must be true. Father, did he say when the sect leader of Zoroastrianism will come out of his closed-door cultivation? Duan Lingtian asked anxiously as he reached the end of his sentence. No, he didn't. Duan Ruffing shook his head. How could he not want to know about this? He had also asked the Oracle Man, but he did not know. There was nothing he could do about it. Father, I plan to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion today and head to the Upper Province. Duan Lingtian said bluntly to Duan Ruffing after taking a deep breath as though he had made a huge decision. Originally, he had planned to leave after a period of time. However, he was anxious when he learned about the situation of his wife and daughter. He was eager to go to the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to save his wife and daughter. He would not allow anyone to hurt his wife and daughter. Be careful. Duan Ruffing was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's sudden decision. If he was in his son's shoes, he would have made the same decision as well. If it was not for the fact that he was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and had a group of friends and family who needed his protection, he would have followed his son to the Upper Province as well. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. Then, he quickly went to see his mother and told her that he would be leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion today to head to the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. You're leaving for the Upper Province today? Why are you in such a hurry? Li Ro was reluctant to part with him, but she was also surprised by Duan Lingtian's sudden decision. Did something happen? Mother, there's news about Kerr. Duan Lingtian said with a worried and bitter expression on his face. The mother and daughter are currently imprisoned in the Zoroastrianism enforcement hall. They're waiting for the sect leader of Zoroastrianism to come out of his closed-door cultivation so that he can decide their fate. Mother, I must save Kerr and our daughter before the sect leader of Zoroastrianism comes out of his closed-door cultivation. Kerr? Mother and daughter? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Ro was excited. Apart from her grandson, she had a granddaughter as well. Chapter 1882. Don't worry. Kerr and our daughter must be saved, but I don't want anything to happen to you. When Li Ro learned that Duan Lingtian was leaving the Azure Cloud Mansion for the sake of Kerr and their daughter, she no longer tried to dissuade him. She only reminded Duan Lingtian to be careful. Mother, I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since then, he had already greeted his parents. His next stop was, naturally, to look for his wife, Li Fei. Go, don't worry. Save little sister Kerr and our daughter as soon as possible. When Li Fei learned that Kerr and their daughter were imprisoned by the Zoroastrianism enforcement hall and their lives might be in danger, horror dawned on her immediately. She even urged Duan Lingtian to go to the upper province as soon as possible. I will. After hugging Li Fei for a while, Duan Lingtian finally let go of her before he turned around and left without looking back. He did not dare to look back because he was afraid he would miss them. After all, although he had returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion for a period of time, due to the fact that he had to fulfill the 5-year pact, he had spent most of his time cultivating and rarely spent time with his wife and son. In this respect, he was not a worthy husband, nor a worthy father. After parting ways with Li Fei, Duan Lingtian went to look for Xiao Lan and Bai Yao again. Why you're leaving so soon? Xiao Lan and Bai Yao were shocked when they learned that Duan Lingtian was leaving. A hint of reluctance could be seen in the depth of their beautiful eyes. I must go to the Zoroastrianism as soon as possible and think of a way to save Kerr and our daughter. Otherwise, I'm afraid something will happen to them. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with worry. Oh, that's right, Jingru hasn't returned yet? After bidding farewell to Xiao Lan and Bai Yao and preparing to leave, Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of Jingru and asked. Jingru was the housekeeper of the mansion he had bought in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. She had followed his father to the Azure Cloud Mansion with his mother. He had been in the Azure Cloud Mansion for so long, but he had yet to see Jingru. Jingru, like Xiao Lan and Bai Yao, went out to train. However, although they all went out to train, Jingru did not go with Bai Yao, Xiao Lan, and Bai Yao. Instead, he went to train alone, and there was no news of him until now. No. Xiao Lan and Bai Yao shook their heads. If she comes back, help me say hello to her. I'm leaving. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he simply turned around and left. Xiao Lan and Bai Yao looked at Duan Lingtian's back from afar, their gazes somewhat infatuated. It was only when Duan Lingtian's back disappeared from their sight that they regained their senses one after another. They looked at each other and smiled wryly. If he treats me like how he treats Kerr, I'll die with no regrets. Xiao Lan said softly. Me too. Upon hearing this, Bai Yao nodded in agreement. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not hear the two women whispering to each other. After leaving Xiao Lan and Bai Yao's residence, Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Cloud platform to look for Gu Li. He had not forgotten the promise he made with Gu Li to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land together. The Azure Cloud platform was the place where the most outstanding disciples of the Azure Cloud Mansion gathered. If it was before, perhaps, Duan Lingtian would be interested in the Azure Cloud platform. However, his current strength had far surpassed those Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples in the Azure Cloud platform. Naturally, he was no longer interested in the Azure Cloud platform. Junior brother Lingtian. Gu Li was, naturally, surprised by Duan Lingtian's arrival. What's going on? Since Duan Lingtian had personally come to look for him, something must have happened. However, he could not figure out what it was. Senior brother Gu Li, prepare yourself. I'll come and look for you in an hour. We'll leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and go to the upper province. I'll go and bid farewell to the others before I look for you. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and left without waiting for Gu Li's reply. He still had to bid farewell to Bai Li Hong, Feng Wudao, and the others. I'll see you in the central main hall in an hour. While Gu Li had a puzzled expression on his face, Duan Lingtian's voice sounded again and entered Gu Li's ears. Junior brother Ling Tian seems a little off. Forget it. I'll find out the reason why he's in such a hurry to leave for the upper province in an hour. Gu Li furrowed his brows at first, then relaxed them as he muttered. Junior brother, you're leaving today? Bai Li Hong was not the only one who found it strange when he found out Duan Lingtian was leaving for the upper province today. Even Feng Wudao and the others found it strange as well. In fact, when they were on their way here, Duan Lingtian had said many times that he would only leave for the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after a period of time. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten what he had said earlier. The situation is a little special. Duan Lingtian explained with a bitter expression on his face when he saw the puzzled expression on Bai Li Hong and the others' faces. I've just received news about Kerr, so I'm in a hurry to go to the upper province to look for her. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, realization dawned on Bai Li Hong and the others. If that was the case, everything would make sense now. After bidding farewell to Bai Li Hong and the others, more than half an hour had passed. When Duan Lingtian made his way to the central main hall, he discovered Gu Li was already waiting for him there. Junior brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and head to the upper province? Did something happen? There must be something fishy about this. Gu Li felt something must have happened since Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry to leave. Soon after, he obtained the answer he wanted from Duan Lingtian. After he obtained the answer, he urged Duan Lingnan, Junior brother Lington, let's go. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Gu Li left the Azure Cloud Mansion together and headed north. The passage from the Debussy subterranean to the upper province was in that direction. The Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters is over there. At some point, Gu Li broke the silence and pointed to the left as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately looked over as well. However, he could not see anything clearly due to the rising dust and smoke in the distance. Naturally, Gu Li could not see clearly as well. However, he knew the rough location of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, a deafening thunderous sound resonated from the place that Duan Lingtian and Gu Li had to pass. As they got closer, the thunderous sound became louder and louder. Someone's fighting? Duan Lingtian and Gu Li glanced at each other, and their faces revealed surprise. Junior brother Lington, should we take a detour or ignore them and go straight ahead? Gu Li asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Let's take a detour. They seem to be quite strong. Duan Lingtian was in a hurry to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, based on the loud commotion in front of them, it was obvious the two people fighting were very strong. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was certain the two people fighting were at the exemplary saint stage or above. Moreover, they were not just at the early exemplary saint stage. All right. Since Duan Lingtian wanted to take a detour, Gu Li, naturally, did not have any objections. Currently, he would follow Duan Lingtian's lead. However, just as Duan Lingtian and Gu Li were about to take a detour, a loud laughter resonated in front of them. Feng Bu Yi, when you humiliated me that day, did you think this day would come? Zhu Luqi, even if you kill me today, you won't be able to escape death in the future. Those who cultivate the devouring dark devil technique are destined to die. Another voice resonated in the air. However, compared to the former's voice, the latter's voice sounded a little dispirited. When Duan Lingtian and Gu Li heard the voice, they were stunned. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This was because they were familiar with the voice. It's Zhu Luqi. Gu Li sucked in a cold breath. It's indeed Palace Master Zhu. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could tell the voice belonged to Zhu Luqi, the palace master of the mystical sky mansion's Heaven Palace. Based on his words, it was obvious he was fighting with Feng Bui. Moreover, based on Feng Buyi's words, it was obvious he was no match for Zhu Luqi. Let's go. Although Duan Lingtian knew who was fighting, he still decided to take a detour. After all, Zhu Luqi was no longer the palace master of the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace. Who knew if he would make a move on him and Gu Li since he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? He was not sure how strong Zhu Luqi was currently. Due to this reason, he decided not to take the risk. Gu Li had similar thoughts as Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, he immediately took a detour with Duan Lingtian. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of loud noises resonated in the air. When it entered Duan Lingtian and Gu Li's ears, the sound grew louder and louder. In the end, it stopped abruptly. It's over, Gu Li said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on Zhu Luqi's tone and Feng Buyi's tone earlier, it seems like Feng Buyi isn't a match for Zhu Luqi now. Gu Li said again. Do you think Palace Master Zhu would show himself and fight with Feng Buyi if he's not confident he can defeat him? Duan Lingtian shook his head. He felt Gu Li had asked a meaningless question. When Gu Li heard this, he realized his question was a little redundant. He could not help but smile awkwardly. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian, who had sharp ears, heard the faint sound of wind whistling. Following that, the sound of wind whistling grew louder and louder. No. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At the same time, Gu Li's expression changed as well when he noticed the commotion behind him. Duan Lingtian? Gu Li? It was as though a gust of wind had blown past Duan Lingtian and Gu Li. In the next instant, a figure appeared in front of both of them. It was an old man. This old man was no stranger to Duan Lingtian and Gu Li. He was none other than Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. At this moment, Zhu Luqi stood in front of Duan Lingtian and Gu Li, looking at both of them expressionlessly. Palace Master Zhu, it's been a long time. Chapter 1883. When Zhu Luqi saw Duan Lingtian again, he no longer addressed Duan Lingtian as Lingtian. Instead, he addressed him as Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian looked different from before, he could still guess that the young man in front of him was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian, through Gu Li. He was also the former #1 genius among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion, Lingtian. Ever since Duan Lingtian went to the dragons to fulfill the 5-year pact, and the fact that Gu Li was by the side of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was exposed, Duan Lingtian's fake identity surfaced as well. The #1 genius among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion, Lingtian. The genius who had shocked all the quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province with his innate talent was actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. This news spread like wildfire when the 5-year pact came to an end. When other people heard this news, they might only be slightly surprised. However, when Zhu Luqi heard this news, his reaction was completely different from others. This was because he was originally the palace master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, and Duan Lingtian was in the Heaven Palace. He could be considered to have interacted with Duan Lingtian before. However, it did not cross his mind even in his dreams that the monstrous genius Duan Lingtian was actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. What? Aren't you afraid of me? Zhu Luqi asked expressionlessly as he waved the bloody head in his hand in front of the calm Duan Lingnan. Although more than half of the head in his hand was covered in blood, Duan Lingtian and Gu Li still recognized it as the head of Feng Bui, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market. Not only was Feng Bui killed by Zhu Luqi, but his head was also torn off. It was truly tragic. Why should I be afraid? Duan Lingtian asked in response to Zhu Luqi's question. Zhu Luqi and Duan Lingtian were speechless. Both of them just stared at each other. They were not in a hurry, but Gu Li, who was standing at the side, became anxious. Gu Li hurriedly transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, Zhu is no longer the past palace master of our Mystical Sky Mansion. He has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. He's now a devil cultivator who has killed people like flies. You mustn't do anything rash. If you anger him, we'll be done for. At this moment, Gu Li was worried Duan Lingtian would provoke Zhu Luqi. Since Zhu Luqi was able to kill Feng Bui, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, it meant his current cultivation base was either at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage or at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage with half a foot in the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. Such a person was not someone he could deal with at all. As for Duan Lingtian, even if he used all his techniques and his movement divine ability, his speed would only be at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. His attack was far from being at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. This could be seen from how Duan Lingtian dodged Diju's attack during the 5-year pact. For this reason, he did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi was not like Diju. He was a powerhouse at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage and above. He was not like Diju, who was half-baked at the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage, who had used an inherited divine ability that had a huge side effect. Palace Master Zhu pulled Feng Bui's head off to announce to everyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land that you've killed Feng Bui. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence first. That's right. Zhu Luqi nodded. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that you're really smart. However, aren't you worried I'll kill you? In the end, Zhu Luqi's eyes gleamed sharply. Will you? Duan Lingtian asked back. Zhu Luqi did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so calm. He was rendered speechless. While he was speechless, he shook his head. No. Isn't that enough? Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly. How are Fei Xian and the others? Zhu Luqi asked after taking a deep breath. They're doing very well. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Gu Li had already chimed in. Previously, after you left the mystical sky mansion, they were put in a difficult position by the people from the Zhao clan. It was junior brother Ling Tian who stood up for them. He even signed a death pact with the people from the Zhao clan and killed them. Since then, although everyone knows they no longer have you as their master, they no longer made things difficult for them. Gu Li's words sounded as though he was asking for credit. That was exactly what he thought. In his opinion, as long as Zhu Luqi was grateful to Duan Lingtian for this matter, he would not make a move on them. Up until now, Zhu Luqi did not seem to have any intention of making a move on them. However, they had to guard against him. After all, one's heart could sail the ship for 10,000 years. Thank you. After listening to Gu Li's words, Zhu Luqi's expression returned to normal. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Palace Master Zhu, there's no need for this. Wang Fei Xian is my friend. Even if she's not your disciple, I won't stand by and do nothing about her. Duan Lingtian waved his hand. No matter what, I still have to thank you. I, Zhu Luqi, have always made a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. Zhu Luqi said solemnly. I can see that. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly as he looked at the bloody head in Zhu Luqi's hand. If he did not make a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges, why would Zhu Luqi abandon himself and cultivate the Devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, that was despised by everyone just to kill Feng Bui? However, I really didn't expect you to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian, you've deceived everyone, including me. Zhu Luqi seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duan Lingtian and changed the topic. Although he said that, based on Zhu Luqi's expression, it was apparent he did not blame Duan Lingtian. Palace Master Zhu, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I didn't deceive all of you. Duan Lingtian shook his head. When I was still in the mystical sky mansion, although I knew my father was in the Debussy subterranean, I didn't know he was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. After I found out I was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, I left the mystical sky mansion to reunite with my family in the Azure Cloud Mansion. That's how it is. Gu Li nodded and quickly spoke up for Duan Lingtian. So that's how it is. Zhu Luqi finally understood. In that case, I've really misunderstood you. It was apparent Zhu Luqi did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. Indeed, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to lie to him. Palace Master Zhu, You must have cultivated the devouring dark devil technique purely for the sake of revenge, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi did not expect Duan Lingtian would suddenly ask about this. His eyes narrowed slightly. Junior brother Lingtian. Gu Li was anxious and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Why are you asking him about this? In Gu Li's view, the devouring dark devil technique was like a scar on Zhu Luqi's body. It would be fine if no one uncovered it, but once someone did, it would most likely cause Zhu Luqi to fly into a rage out of humiliation. And now, Duan Lingtian's actions were akin to exposing Zhu Luqi's scars. However, to Gu Li's surprise, in the face of Duan Lingtian's question, Zhu Luqi pondered for a moment before nodding. Do you regret it? Duan Lingtian asked again. So I don't regret it, but after killing him, I do regret it a little. Glancing at Feng Buyi's head in his hand, Zhu Luqi sighed. So what if you regret it now? Could it be that you can cultivate without devouring the essence and blood of young women? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Of course I can. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Zhu Luqi nodded. The devouring dark devil technique was originally cultivated by devouring the power of the moon at night. It was a relatively normal technique of the devil Dao. However, later on, someone created a shortcut. As long as you devour the essence and blood of young women to cultivate, the speed of your cultivation is several times faster than normal cultivation. Now that I've taken my revenge, I won't take any shortcuts in the future. Zhu Luqi muttered as he looked at Feng Buyi's head in his hand. I hope Palace Master Zhu can do it. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Zhu Luqi before he called out to Gu Li. Without saying goodbye to Zhu Luqi, he left directly. This time, they did not take a detour. Instead, they headed straight north. Looking at Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's disappearing silhouettes, Zhu Luqi finally made his move. He brought Feng Buyi's head to the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. A soft sound resonated in the air, shocking the few guards at the entrance of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. What's that? When they looked over, they saw a huge head on the ground not far away. It was a human head just like theirs. Immediately, they were shocked again. Please tell Leader Dugu that this is a big gift from me, Zhu Luqi, to the Mountain Shade Black Market. Before the few guards at the entrance of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters could see the face of the head, a loud voice resonated from the sky. The moment the few guards heard this voice, horror dawned on them. At this moment, if they still did not know that someone had come to provoke the Mountain Shade Black Market, they would have lived their lives in vain. Bush, bush, bush. Accompanied by a whistling sound that sounded like the wind, it was the patrolling disciples above the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters who heard the sound earlier. They immediately soared into the air and shot toward the source of the sound, intending to find the person who provoked the Mountain Shade Black Market. Unfortunately, the person seemed to have left as soon as the voice left his mouth. Due to this reason, the patrolling disciples of the Mountain Shade Black Market could not find any trace of him. Lord Deputy Leader? At this moment, the few guards at the entrance of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters finally saw the face of the head on the ground. Looking at the face on the head, it was none other than the deputy leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market, Feng Bu. The deputy leader was killed? Not only was he killed, but his head was also chopped off. How great is the enmity! The guards were horrified. They did not expect there would be someone in the Debussy subterranean who dared to provoke the Mountain Shade Black Market so openly. Was that person not afraid of death? That's right. The owner of the voice seemed to call himself Zhu Luqi. Chapter 1884. Zhu Luqi. Currently, this name was known by everyone in the Debussy subterranean. Greater than cult. Earlier, the few guards at the entrance of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters had yet to regain their senses. Now that they had regained their senses, they looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace? The person who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? There seems to be a rumor that the reason Zhu Luqi cultivated the devouring dark devil technique was to look for vice leader Feng. Initially, I thought the rumor was unreliable, but now it seems like it's true. Vice leader Feng was really killed by Zhu Luqi. Soon after, the news of Vice leader Feng Buyi's death spread throughout the Mountainshade Black Market's headquarters. For this reason, the Mountainshade Black Market's high-ranking officials, led by the leader of Mountainshade Black Market, Dugu, had gathered together to discuss how to kill Zhu Luqi to avenge Feng Bu. Meanwhile, after leaving the Mountainshade Black Market's headquarters, Zhu Luqi returned to his residence. His residence was located in a valley in a remote mountain range. There were 2 simple wooden houses in the valley. Based on the wood used to build the houses, it was obvious they had just been built. One of the wooden houses belonged to him. The other wooden house belonged to Su Jing, the former young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Currently, Su Jing's soul was almost fully recovered, and he was trying to merge it back into his body. Once it completely merged with his body, he would be reborn and see the light of day again. Suddenly, the door of the wooden house opened. "You're back?" Although Su Jing's soul had not completely returned to his body, he could use his divine consciousness at will. Due to this reason, he could easily sense the person who had entered. The person who had entered was none other than Zhu Luqi. However, currently, Zhu Luqi's eyes were gleaming coldly when he looked at Su Jing. "Didn't you go to seek revenge from Feng Bu? What happened in the end?" Su Jing asked. "It went very smoothly. He's already dead," Zhu Luqi said indifferently. "That's good. As long as I'm fully recovered, I'll pass the last part of the devouring dark devil technique to you. In the future, if the 2 of us join hands, we can go anywhere in the world." Su Jing's words were filled with excitement. "I'm afraid you won't have that chance," Zhu Luqi suddenly said. "Stop joking." Su Jing thought that Zhu Luqi was joking. "I'm not joking." Zhu Luqi's tone gradually turned cold. "Don't forget that both of you swore on the lightning penalty oath before I passed the devouring dark devil technique to you and Zhao Ji. Unless I make you my enemy, you're not allowed to kill me. If you kill me, you will be violating the lightning punishment oath. You will die without a doubt." Su Jing did not seem to be worried at all. "Don't worry. I won't kill you. I've thought about it. Even if I don't kill you, I can make sure you'll never see the light of day again." Zhu Luqi was even less worried. What are you trying to do?" Finally, Su Jing's voice changed. He sounded slightly panicked. Based on Zhu Luqi's tone, it did not seem like he was joking. "Tell me, if you're turned into a human stick, what's the use of your soul returning to your body?" Zhu Luqi seemed to be talking to Su Jing, but at the same time he seemed to be talking to himself. You can't do that. You can't. You can't. You can't." Su Jing was completely flustered and anxious. When he sent another voice transmission, he sounded slightly hysterical. However, Zhu Luqi ignored Su Jing's words. He raised his hand and chopped off one of Su Jing's arms. "You don't want the last part of the devouring dark devil technique anymore?" Su Jing's voice transmission sounded as though he was shouting. Although Su Jing's soul had not returned to his body and he could not feel any pain, his divine consciousness could still detect that one of his arms had been chopped off. "In the future, I plan to devour the moonlight force to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Do you think I still need the last part?" Zhu Luqi said indifferently as he chopped off one of Su Jing's arms. In the end, under Su Jing's desperate cry, Zhu Luqi turned him into a human stick and threw him into a secluded mountain cave that he had prepared beforehand. Then, he filled up the cave and sealed Su Jing inside forever. As for Su Jing's soul that had almost recovered, he had also injured it again. Not only that, but he also left behind an extremely corrosive devil chi that constantly corroded Su Jing's soul, preventing him from recovering. Due to the lightning penalty oath, he could not kill Su Jing. For this reason, he could only do this. "Mansion Master, although I can't kill him due to the lightning penalty oath, it's impossible for him to bring any trouble to the mystical Sky Mansion. This can be considered the last thing I, Zhu Luqi, will do for the mystical Sky Mansion before I leave the lower province." After everything was done, Zhu Luqi rose into the air and looked in the direction of the mystical Sky Mansion's estate as he muttered to himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he headed straight for the north. Before he killed Feng Bui, he had already made up his mind. After killing Feng Bui, he would get rid of Su Jing, who was a threat to the mystical Sky Mansion, before leaving the Debussy subterranean and heading to the Upper Province. He wanted to start a new life in the Upper Province. With the devouring Dark Devil technique, he was confident he would be able to make a name for himself even if he did not take a shortcut. At this moment, he felt the blood in his body that had been dormant for many years was boiling again. It was as though he had returned to the time when he was young. His blood was boiling, and he was filled with passion. After traveling for a few days, when they were about to arrive at the passage from the lower province to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, two familiar figures entered Zhu Luqi's eyes. It's them. They're planning to go to the upper province? As Zhu Luqi muttered to himself, he managed to figure out what was going on. The two figures that appeared in front of Zhu Luqi were none other than Duan Lingtian and Gu Li, whom Zhu Luqi had met earlier. In just a flash, Zhu Luqi passed by Duan Lingtian and Gu Li and appeared in front of them. Palace Master Zhu? Duan Lingtian had long noticed the commotion behind him. However, since the person did not seem hostile, he did not pay much attention to it. Now that the person had appeared in front of him in just a flash and revealed his face, he was shocked. What do you want? When they saw Zhu Luqi again, compared to the shock on Duan Lingtian's face, horror dawned on Gu Li. He thought Zhu Luqi regretted letting him and Duan Lingtian go that day, so he came to kill them. Duan Lingtian, are all of you planning to go to the upper province? Zhu Luqi asked. Duan Lingtian nodded before he asked in surprise, Don't tell me Palace Master Zhu is planning to go to the upper province as well? Zhu Luqi nodded. Now that I've avenged myself, there's nothing left for me to worry about in the lower province. For this reason, I plan to start a new life in the upper province. If you don't mind, why don't we travel together? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian did not reply to Zhu Luqi directly. Instead, he looked at Gu Li and waited for Gu Li's opinion. He was doing this out of respect for Gu Li's decision. After all, Duan Lingtian was not alone. If he was alone, he would not mind Zhu Luqi traveling with him. After all, Zhu Luqi no longer planned to cultivate the devouring Dark Devil technique through shortcuts after he had avenged himself. It could be said that he had turned over a new leaf by cultivating the devouring Dark Devil technique normally. As the saying went, a prodigal son is more valuable than gold. Since Zhu Luqi no longer committed such atrocious acts, Duan Lingtian did not dislike Zhu Luqi. Duan Lingtian's request for Gu Li's opinion warmed Gu Li's heart. Junior brother Lingtian, you decide. However, Gu Li gave the choice to Duan Lingtian in the end. Palace Master Zhu will travel with you, Duan Lingtian said to Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi was excited. After all, if he went to the upper province alone, he would be all alone when he arrived at the upper province. He would not know anyone and would have to start from scratch. However, if he had a powerful companion from the beginning, everything would be different. At the very least, the journey would be much easier. At the same time, although Gu Li no longer said anything, a hint of wariness could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Zhu Luqi. Naturally, Zhu Luqi noticed this. However, he did not mind it at all. Naturally, he only acted nonchalant on the surface, but he still felt bitter in his heart. Compared to Duan Lingtian, it was obvious his relationship with Gu Li was much closer compared to Duan Lingtian when they were in the mystical Sky Mansion. Duan Lingtian was only an ordinary Heaven Palace's disciple, while Duan Lingtian was technically his junior nephew in terms of seniority. The three of them traveled and soon arrived near the passage from the lower province to the upper province. What appeared before the three of them was a majestic snowy mountain. Due to its location, this area was covered in snow all year round. Even now, it was still snowing heavily. Elder Lu. At the peak of the snow mountain, Duan Lingtian saw the guardian of the Dao Martial Saint Land again. It was Elder Lu, whom he had met in the Azure Cloud Mansion not long ago. When Duan Lingtian took the initiative to greet him, Elder Lu also recognized Duan Lingtian. He was the son of Duan Ruffing, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Go to the upper province? Elder Lu asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. Elder Lu, Although we know the passage is nearby, we still can't find it after searching for so long. Can you give us some pointers? Follow me. After glancing at Zhu Luqi and Gu Li who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, Elder Lu said to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he soared into the air and brought Duan Lingtian and the other two to the mountainside of the lofty snow mountain. The mountainside was covered in snow. Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the other two, Elder Lu raised his hand and a vast energy surged and gathered in his hand. As he swept his hand across the air, the invisible energy swept out like a broom and swept away part of the snow on the mountainside, revealing the entrance of a cave. At first glance, it was completely dark inside the cave. Nothing could be seen. This is the passage from the lower province to the upper province. Chapter 1885. In fact, Gu Li was not the only one who was disappointed. Even Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi were stunned when they saw the entrance of the cave. This was the passage that led to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? It was completely different from what they had expected. Although they did not expect it to be so exaggerated, it was not as shabby as this. Perhaps there's another world inside, Duan Lingtian comforted himself. The watcher, Elder Lu, did not notice the disappointment of Duan Lingtian and the other two. After removing the snow that was blocking the entrance of the cave, he began to make his move one after another. In just a blink of an eye, another 8 cave entrances appeared before Duan Lingtian and the other two. There was a total of 9 cave entrances that appeared on the mountainside of the lofty snowy mountain. From afar, they formed a regular circle. Elder Lu, which one is the passage that leads to the upper province? Gu Li asked as he looked at Elder Lu when he regained his senses. He could faintly sense that things did not seem to be as he had imagined. The saint stones that support the inter-province transportation formation are stored in these 9 caves. Each of them forms an independent Grade 2 formation. After the transportation formation is activated, the 9 Grade 2 formations will activate and consume the saint stones to form the inter-province transportation formation. Once you step into the inter-province transportation formation, you'll enter the passage that leads to the upper province. Elder Lu glanced at Gu Li indifferently as he explained. At the same time, Elder Lu made his move again. A streak of light shot out from the tip of Elder Lu's finger like an electric snake. How fast? Duan Lingtian only managed to catch a slight trace of the electric snake before it disappeared before his eyes in just a blink of an eye. When Zhu Luqi sensed the energy in the electric snake, he felt chills running up his spine. This was because the electric snake was formed by a force that made his heart palpitate. If it was not aimed at the lofty snowy mountain in front of him, he would not have been able to block it at all. Even if he had already taken half a step into the mastery exemplary saint stage. Quintessential saint stage. Is this the strength of a quintessential saint stage powerhouse? Zhu Luqi was shocked, but at the same time, his eyes were filled with fanaticism. He had heard that the guardian of the Dao Martial Saint Land was a quintessential saint stage powerhouse. The current him could not be compared to the previous him. Even if he did not plan to continue using the devouring dark devil technique to devour young women's vital energy and blood to cultivate, he was 100% confident he would be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage in the near future and catch up to the Watcher. Unlike Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi who were shocked, Gu Li did not notice the lightning snake because his cultivation was weaker. Because of this, he was not as shocked as Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi. Boom! Under the gazes of Zhu Luqi and Duan Lingtian, one after the other, the electric snake landed at the center of the circle formed by the 9 caves. All of a sudden, the accumulated snow there exploded. Immediately after, the 9 originally pitch-black cave entrances lit up at once. 9 waves of powerful auras were emitted from the 9 caves, causing Duan Lingtian and the other 2 to feel quite pressured. What a powerful energy! The saint stones inside are definitely not as simple as third-grade saint stones. In the Debussy subterranean, a quasi-third-rate force controlled a quasi-third-grade saint stone reserve. A quasi-third-grade saint stone reserve was the best reserve in the Debussy subterranean. Even the best saint stones produced by this reserve were only third-grade saint stones. Moreover, there were very few of them. Bush, 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 bush. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the other two saw a flash in front of their eyes. 9 beams of light of different colors shot out from the 9 caves. They were like wild horses that had escaped their reins as they shot into the sky in unison. Among the 9 colors, 7 of them were the 7 colors of the rainbow. They were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. As for the remaining 2 colors, one was black and one was white. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the other 2, the 9 beams of energy collided and made an earth-shattering sound. Then, the 9 beams of energy collided and merged with each other. In the end, the black and white energies formed a pattern. It was a pattern that was familiar to Duan Lingtian. Yin-yang fish. The pattern of the yin-yang fish floated in the void. Above it, there was an obscure, translucent energy floating. From afar, with the yin-yang fish as the base, the translucent energy formed a cylindrical body. This is the inter-province transportation formation. As long as you step into it, you'll be able to enter the passage from the lower province to the upper province. At the same time, Elder Lu's voice resonated in the air. The passage is neither long nor short. Not only that, but it's also dangerous. However, it's only dangerous for people below the eminent saint stage. Eminent saint stage powerhouses can protect themselves inside. Not only can those who are more powerful protect themselves, but they can also protect their companions. When Elder Lu reached the end of his sentence, he finally stopped speaking. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 immediately shifted their attention to the inter-province transportation formation. As for what Elder Lu said about powerhouses above the eminent saint stage being able to travel to the passage from the Debussy subterranean to the upper province with their own strength, they had long heard about it, so they did not find it strange. However, they were more curious about the transportation formation in front of them. Apart from the energy of the saint inscription, there's also the energy of the Tao talisman in this transportation formation. Although they were still far apart, Duan Lingtian could still sense the saint inscription's aura coming from the transportation formation. Apart from that, after he secretly activated his strange pupil, he also saw the faintly discernible talisman in the transportation formation. It was a Tao talisman. In other words, this inter-province transportation formation was formed by the combination of the saint inscription's energy and the Tao talisman's energy. Elder Lu. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Lu and asked the question in his heart, who built this transportation formation? Also, I don't think the saint stones stored in the 9 caves are third-grade saint stones, right? The moment Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, he asked the 2 questions that had been bothering him. He was very curious about what kind of existence could build such a teleportation array. Apart from that, he was also curious about how many saint stones were needed to support the transportation formation and what grade they were. He had a feeling the saint stones used to support the transportation formation were not from the Debussy subterranean. Merely third-grade saint stones and quasi-third-grade saint stones should not be able to support the transportation formation. This transportation formation has existed since the Tao Martial Saint Land was divided into the upper province and lower province. At that time, this transportation formation was built under the leadership of a senior at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who lived in seclusion. Those who participated were all at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above. There were no less than 10 of them. When Elder Lu reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned solemn. 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Whether it was Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, or Zhu Luqi, all of them could not help but gasp when they heard Elder Lu's words. What was the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Such a powerhouse was a powerhouse who had half a foot in the Devata realm. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, people referred to those at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage as half-celestials. They were people who had half a foot in the celestial stage. It was said that once a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and ascended to the Devata realm, he would become a true celestial. Just by listening to Elder Lu's description of the people who participated in the construction of the Interprovince Transportation Formation, Duan Lingtian and the other two could tell how huge the project was. It was all thanks to the efforts of the predecessors that the successors were able to enjoy such convenience. The predecessors planted the trees while the successors enjoyed the shade. There was nothing more to it than this. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was filled with awe when he thought about those powerhouses. As for the saint stones that support the Interprovince Transportation Formation, they're all handled by the first-rate forces in the Upper Province, including the first-rate force behind me. 90% of the saint stones inside are first-grade saint stones while 10% are quasi-celestial grade saint stones. Elder Lu continued to say, 90% of them are first-grade saint stones? Duan Lingtian gasped. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi were stunned as well. Elder Lu, are quasi-celestial grade saint stones more precious than first-grade saint stones? Duan Lingtian asked solemnly. Elder Lu nodded and continued to say, quasi-celestial grade saint stones are usually found in quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserves. Naturally, first-grade saint stone reserves would occasionally produce some. The first-rate forces in the Upper Province basically possess 1 or 2 first-grade saint stone reserves. What about the 3 great sects? Duan Lingtian asked with a glint in his eyes. In the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the 3 great sects were above the first-rate forces. They were also the top forces in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The 3 great sects? A hint of anger flashed in Elder Lu's eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. The 3 great sects have occupied the only 3 quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserves in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, they've also occupied more than 20 first-grade saint stone reserves. Even so, they still ask us, the first-rate forces, to pay for the saint stones required to support the Interprovince Transportation Formation. They don't even contribute a single cent. The more Elder Lu spoke, the angrier he became. This was his confession as a member of a first-rate force in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was his anger as a member of a first-rate force in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The exploitation by the 3 great sects had caused the people from the first-rate forces to be unable to voice out their anger. As a member of a first-rate force, the anger in Elder Lu's heart had long accumulated. Now that he had taken this opportunity to vent it out, it was uncontrollable. Upon hearing Elder Lu's words, Duan Lingtian frowned. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi frowned as well. The 3 great sects are too much. They're sitting on so many first-grade saint stones and quasi-celestial grade saint stones, but they're so stingy when it comes to the inter-realm teleportation formation's consumption. Are their saint stones going to their coffins with them? Gu Li was filled with righteous indignation. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi were much calmer. Although they also felt that the 3 great sects were a little too much, who asked them to be stronger than the first-rate forces. This was a cruel world where the strong were respected. Chapter 1886. No matter how much the Watcher, Elder Lu, defended the first-rate force behind him, he could only vent in front of Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Although venting like this would not change anything, it did calm him down a lot. After all, he had vented out all the frustrations in his heart. Be careful when you're in the Upper Province. The Upper Province is much crueler than you can imagine. If possible, it's best to find a force to rely on. The death rate of sectless cultivators has always been the highest in the Upper Province. Elder Lu reminded Duan Lingtian solemnly as he let him enter the Interprovince Transportation Formation. Many years ago, the Dao Martial Saint Land was not divided into 2. Due to this reason, there was no division between the Upper Province and the Lower Province. However, at that time, the overall strength of the Dao Martial Saint Land was not as strong as it was now. This was because the Upper Province was an independent realm in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even if it was just a pseudo-realm, it was still a level higher than the Lower Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The cultivation resources and environment there were not something the original Dao Martial Saint Land could compare to. Under the circumstances where the cultivation resources were limited, the powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land fought to be the first to enter the upper province. Even third-rate forces and above had entered the upper province. Due to this reason, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land began to prosper. Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Ruffing, was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. His cultivation base was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. If he used some of his techniques, he was comparable to an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. He was also widely acknowledged as one of the two most powerful people in the WCI subterranean. However, although such a strength was not considered weak in the upper province, it was not ranked high at all. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the most direct ranking for martial, Dao, and devil cultivators was the Supreme Saint ranking. The Supreme Saint ranking was a ranking that existed before the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into the upper province and the lower province. Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, the successor of the Seven Absolutes Sect's Absolute Fog Rain, was ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking. The person who was ranked first on the Supreme Saint ranking was also widely acknowledged as the strongest person in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a supreme honor. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into the upper province and the lower province, the powerhouses on the Supreme Saint ranking were all powerhouses from the upper province. The experts from the lower province, including Duan Ruffing and Dugu, who were ranked last and 1000th on the Supreme Saint ranking, would not be able to make it. He was none other than Elder Xiezong from the Zhuangzi Buddhism sect who had forcefully arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion and snatched the Devil Seal tablet from Duan Lingtian. As a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse, his ranking on the Supreme Saint ranking was below the 500th position. Based on this, one could see how many hidden dragons and crouching tigers there were in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Xiezong was an elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism. However, he couldn't even make it into the top 500 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Although there were many powerhouses in the Dao Martial Saint Land, it was naturally more dangerous. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Lu. Duan Lingtian and the other two knew about the situation in the Dao Martial Saint Land. When they heard Duan Lingtian's reminder, their expressions turned solemn. Go! Elder Lu glanced at the interprovince transportation formation and said to Duan Lingtian and the other two, the interprovince transportation formation will only last for 15 minutes every time it's activated. Duan Lingtian and the other two nodded. Then, the three of them flew out and entered the interprovince transportation formation almost at the same time. As soon as they entered the interprovince transportation formation, Duan Lingtian felt a gentle energy enveloping him. When the energy completely enveloped him, he discovered his vision had turned dark. When light returned, he was already in a passage formed by a translucent barrier. The passage was very long. He could not see the end of it. Bush, bush, bush. At the same time, a piercing sound resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was the passage formed by the translucent barrier. There were electric serpent-like energy wreaking havoc outside. Occasionally, some electric serpent-like energy would pass through the barrier that formed the passage and enter. Naturally, the electric serpent-like energy that passed through the barrier would become extremely small and weak. Even so, it was impossible for powerhouses below the eminent saint stage to survive the electric serpent-like energy. Only powerhouses above the eminent saint stage would be able to protect themselves and face it with ease. So this is the spatial turbulence outside the passage that traverses between realms? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he easily dodged the numerous chaotic flows that entered the passageway. The reason he thought so was because Hua Lao had told him about traversing between realms. One of them was the spatial turbulence. According to Hua Lao, the spatial turbulence that one would encounter when traversing between low-level realms in the mundane realms was not strong. The powerhouses who stood at the peak of the mundane realms could completely ignore these energies. If they used some techniques, such as setting up a transportation formation or strengthening the passage, they could also weaken these energies. For example, the place where Duan Lingtian was currently at was the passage from the lower province to the upper province. The passageway that was formed by the translucent barrier blocked most of the spatial turbulence's energy. The power of the spatial turbulence that could break in had become very weak. Even the existence of the Great Saint Realm could cope with it. Although Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the peak of the eminent saint stage, due to the existence of the Sun True Origin, the energy in his body was no weaker than a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage. Due to this reason, he traversed through the passage as though he was walking on flat ground. Gu Li was an early divine saint stage martial cultivator. He followed closely behind Duan Lingtian and was as relaxed as Duan Lingtian. As for Zhu Luqi, there was no need to mention him. A powerhouse who had half a foot in the mastery exemplary saint stage could completely ignore the weakened spatial turbulence's energy. Duan Lingtian and the other two looked at each other. In the end, they reached a consensus without saying a word. They flew to the other end of the passage at an extremely fast speed. After an unknown amount of time. It felt like it was only a moment, but it also felt like a century had passed. As he flew forward, Duan Lingtian discovered his body was once again enveloped by a gentle energy. Just like before, when his body was completely enveloped by the gentle energy, he felt his vision turn black. When he regained his vision, he discovered he had appeared in a vast herb garden. The reason he discovered he had appeared in the herb garden was because he could smell a refreshing medicinal fragrance as soon as his vision lit up. When he shifted his attention to his surroundings, he discovered spirit herbs that were planted everywhere. When Duan Lingtian was looking at the herb garden before him, the sound of wind whistling rang next to him. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi had arrived. When both of them discovered they were in the herb garden, they were stunned as well. There are so many spirit herbs here. Is the land in the upper province really so magical? Zhu Luqi was shocked. In the Debussy subterranean, the conditions for spirit herbs to grow were extremely strict. Even if one wanted to plant them artificially, one would have to find soil that was suitable for the growth of spirit herbs. Soil like that was extremely valuable in the lower province. It was extremely rare. For this reason, the large amount of spirit herbs that appeared before their eyes undoubtedly meant one thing. The soil that these spirit herbs were planted on was extremely rare spirit soil that was extremely valuable in the lower province. So much spirit soil, and so many spirit herbs were here. At the same time, Gu Li had also regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the spirit soil and spirit herbs around him. It was as though these things were going to be his. Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi's expressions turned solemn immediately. They looked at each other and saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes. Senior brother Gu Li, these spirit soil and spirit herbs must have an owner. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to grow so neatly. Moreover, a person who owns such a large herb garden must not be someone to be trifled with even in the upper province. Duan Lingtian reminded Gu Li as he gasped inwardly. Upon hearing this, Gu Li began to study the spirit herbs around him again. Soon after, he discovered that these spirit herbs were distributed in a regular manner. Moreover, each spirit herb was planted at a certain interval. It seemed like they were very particular about this. Gu Li's expression changed immediately. They really have an owner. Damn it. Where have we been transported to? The inter-province transportation formation in the Debussy subterranean was fixed in one place. The inter-province transportation formation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was fixed in many places in the upper province. However, no matter if it was the upper provinces or the lower provinces transportation formation, it was not certain where one would be transported to once one stepped into it. However, one thing was certain was that those who stepped into the transportation formation together would be transported to the same place. This was the case for Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi. Let's go! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian immediately soared up into the air. At the same time, he did not forget to call out to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. He was afraid the owner of this herb garden would discover them and anger them if they continued to stay here. No matter if this herb garden belonged to an individual or a force, it was not something they could afford to offend. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, who realized they were standing on a time bomb, did not hesitate and immediately soared up into the air to follow Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian and the other two were about to leave the herb garden as fast as they could, a voice suddenly rang out. "Since you're already here, there's no need for you to leave." A voice suddenly resonated in the air. The voice was old, but there was an unquestionable tone to it. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian sensed an invisible energy that seemed to have transformed into a mountain before it fell on his head. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying energy that surged out of the invisible energy destroyed all of the Sun True Origin that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and directly slammed him into the herb garden in a wretched manner. Apart from that, Gu Li was also in a similar situation. Chapter 1887. After they landed, horror dawned on Gu Li and Zhu Luqi immediately. Greater than over equal to the owner of the voice had not even shown himself, but he had already reduced them to such a wretched state. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage might not possess such a technique. For this reason, the owner of the voice was most likely a saint's celestial stage powerhouse. When they realized they had angered a saint's celestial stage powerhouse as soon as they arrived in the upper province, fear rose in their hearts. Fear could be seen in their eyes. "Senior, we didn't mean to offend you. We didn't mean to intrude into your herb garden." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed the surging vital energy and blood in his body before he said politely to the sky, "We've just arrived from the lower province, and as soon as we entered the inter-province transportation formation, we were sent here. We promise that we didn't destroy a single blade of grass or tree here." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li chimed in, "That's right, Senior. Now that we know this herb garden has an owner, we're planning to leave. We don't want to cause any trouble. Senior, please let us leave on account that we didn't mean to offend you." Although Zhu Luqi did not say anything, a hint of desire could be seen in his eyes. It was not that he was unwilling to speak, but Duan Lingtian and Gu Li had already said everything he wanted to say. However, he did not hear any reply. Duan Lingtian and the other two looked at each other and smiled wryly in unison. At the same time, anxiety rose in their hearts. That powerhouse had not even shown himself, but he had already reduced them to such a wretched state. This was enough to show how powerful that powerhouse was. He was not someone they could go against. "I'm no match for such a powerhouse even if I use all my techniques and the Jasper Celestial Sword," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. "You're from the lower province?" After a short while, the aged voice sounded out once more, and its tone carried a questioning tone. "Senior, we're really from the lower province. If we didn't suddenly appear in your herb garden and trespassed from outside, how could you not notice us with your strength?" As Gu Li responded, he did not forget to flatter the owner of the voice. "Since you entered by accident, I can't blame you. I'll spare your lives." The old voice sounded, and Duan Lingtian and the other two heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that their lives were saved. With the other party's strength, killing them was as easy as killing chickens or cutting grass. "If that's the case, Senior, we'll take our leave now." Duan Lingtian and the other two stood up. Gu Li cupped his hands towards the void and without waiting for a reply, he took the lead and stepped into the air. Boom! However, just as he stepped into the air, Gu Li was pressed down by an invisible force that appeared out of thin air, causing Gu Li to feel a little embarrassed and angry. "Senior, didn't you say you wouldn't blame us and would spare our lives? With your strength and status, you shouldn't be toying with us, right?" As he spoke, Gu Li's tone became more sorrowful. Duan Lingtian and Zhu Luqi could not help but frown. The powerhouse hiding in the dark would not go back on his words, right? If the other party went back on his words, there was really nothing they could do. After all, with the strength of the three of them, even if they joined forces, they would not be enough to fill the gaps between the other party's teeth. "I said I wouldn't blame you and would spare your lives. Naturally, I wouldn't harm your lives. However, since you've been sent here through the inter-province transportation formation, it's enough to show that you're fated with me. It just so happens that the few servants who helped me take care of the herb gardens suddenly died a few days ago." help me take care of the herb garden for a period of time, and when I find new servants, you can leave on your own." The old voice continued to sound and entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other two, causing their expressions to change drastically. Based on the other party's words, it seemed like he wanted them to stay and be servants. Moreover, they would be servants who could die at any time. But are you unwilling? If you're unwilling, I'll send you on your way. The voice sounded again, and it was filled with a hint of coldness. Don't be so ungrateful. You've just arrived in the upper province, and if you wander around outside, you might be killed one day. Not only will you be safe in my herb garden, but the cultivation environment is also much better than outside. Do you know how many people dream of coming here to cultivate, but I've turned them away? Following that, the tone of the voice changed. As the saying went, give a slap and give a jujube. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Duan Lingtian and the other two's expressions changed drastically. At the same time, they knew they had no choice but to be servants in the herb garden. When they heard the second half of the sentence, they instinctively sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy. In the next moment, they discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy was indeed very dense. It was much denser than the lower province where they were previously. However, since they had not been to other places in the upper province, they did not know if the cultivation environment here was much better than the cultivation environment outside. But Duan Lingtian, who was sensing the heaven and earth spirit energy, soon discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy resonated with the herbs in the herb garden. The aura released by the herbs also merged with the heaven and earth spirit energy, causing it to become denser. It seems like he didn't lie to us. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian had such thoughts, he did not plan to stay here to cultivate. Even if the cultivation environment here was the best in the upper province, he did not want to stay here for long. The reason he left the lower province and came to the upper province was to rescue his wife and daughter who were trapped by Zoroastrianism. What he wanted to do was to rescue his wife and daughter from Zoroastrianism. Although it was impossible for him to kill his way into Zoroastrianism to rescue his wife and daughter with his current strength, he still planned to join Zoroastrianism first before making a long-term plan. He believed it would not be difficult for him to join Zoroastrianism with his current strength. However, if he was imprisoned here, it would mean he would not be able to join Zoroastrianism for the time being. In fact, he might not even be able to make it to Zoroastrianism alive. After all, according to the owner of the herb garden, a few of the servants in the herb garden had suddenly died. If a servant suddenly died, he could blame it on himself. However, if a few servants suddenly died at the same time, he could not help but wonder if there was a problem with the herb garden or the owner of the herb garden. "Senior." After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian said to the heir, "I came to the upper province because I have something urgent to do. If you're willing to let us go, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely remember your kindness and repay you in the future." "I'll accept your kindness as well, Senior." Gu Li and Zhu Luqi chimed in as well. Although they did not have a clear goal in coming to the upper province, they knew it was not a good thing to stay in this herb garden as servants. If they could leave, they wanted to leave as soon as possible. For some reason, they felt this herb garden and the owner of the herb garden were a little strange. Especially when the owner of the herb garden said that a few servants in the herb garden had suddenly died, they could not help but shudder. They were afraid they would follow in the footsteps of the former servants. I know what all of you are thinking. The previous few choresmen couldn't withstand the rich heaven and earth spirit energy in the herb garden because they hadn't even stepped into the eminent saint stage yet. In the end, they exploded and died. However, they also stayed there for 10 years before suddenly dying. The owner of the herb garden still did not show himself, but his voice clearly entered Duan Lingtian and the other two's ears again. "With your cultivation base, nothing will happen to you even if you stay here for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll naturally let all of you leave. It's decided then. If I find out that all of you have the audacity to escape in the next 10 years, don't blame me for not showing mercy." The voice resonated again before it stopped abruptly. No matter how Gu Li shouted, the owner of the herb garden no longer responded. It was as though he had completely disappeared. "Junior brother Lingtian, What should we do now? In the end, Gu Li could only look at Duan Lingtian helplessly and ask, what else can we do now? Since he's so adamant, we can only obediently stay here for now. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Among the three of them, he was definitely the one who wanted to leave the herb garden the most since he was in a hurry to save his wife and daughter from Zoroastrianism. Who knew if the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would come out of his closed-door cultivation as time passed? At that time, the Zoroastrianism would decide the life and death of his wife and daughter. The moment he thought of this, he became extremely anxious. However, based on the current situation, what was the use of him being anxious? The strength of the herb garden's owner was not something they could contend with at all. It was not practical for them to forcefully leave. For this reason, they could only take one step at a time and see if they could find an opportunity to leave. Let's stay here for now. Who knows, we might be able to find an opportunity to leave in a few days. Zhu Luqi's voice entered Duan Lingtian and Gu Li's ears in a timely manner. Both of them nodded in agreement. This was the only thing they could do now. They had no other choice. Just like that, Duan Lingtian and the other two stayed in the herb garden. In the beginning, they did not feel anything about the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden. However, after staying for a while, they discovered that the spirit herbs and spirit medicines were of a high grade. Moreover, even Hua Lao said that if these spirit herbs and spirit medicines were given to him, he would most likely be able to completely repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Even with the help of the entire Azure Cloud Mansion, they only managed to repair a small portion of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hua Lao, are you sure? These spirit herbs and spirit medicines don't seem to be the materials you mentioned to me before. Duan Lingtian asked Hua Lao in confusion. This was because he felt Hua Lao's words were instigating him. It was as though he was instigating him to loot all the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden. My strength has recovered a little. If these spirit herbs and spirit medicines are refined by my sun flame, they can be transformed into the purest energy to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hua Lao said. Chapter 1888. Duan Lingtian had long noticed that the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden were not ordinary. Even then, he did not dare to be tempted by the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden because the owner of the herb garden was suspected to be a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage. Although it was impossible for the owner to keep an eye on the herb garden at all times, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, he would not be able to detect when the owner was watching the herb garden. Under such circumstances, he would be playing with fire if he was tempted by the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden. If he was lucky, he would be lucky if he was not caught. If he was caught, he would definitely die. Moreover, he might even implicate Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. You've long known about the benefits of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Aren't you tempted by it? Hua Lao's voice resonated again. If Hua Lao was indirectly encouraging Duan Lingtian earlier, he was now directly encouraging Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Hua Lao's words, he could not help but smile wryly. Hua Lao, of course, I know about the benefits of the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In fact, I even dream of repairing the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. However, I really can't touch the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with helplessness. Why? Hua Lao asked. Duan Lingtian could only reveal his concern. Although I haven't seen the owner of the herb garden with my own eyes, I can tell he's at the Saint Celestial stage and above based on the technique he displayed earlier. With his strength, we won't be able to detect him if he wants to spy on this place. Although it's impossible for him to keep an eye on this place all the time, who knows when he's not watching? If I lose the bet, not only will I die, but I'll also implicate Senior Brother Gu Li and Palace Master Zhu. Moreover, even if he doesn't catch me stealing the spirit herbs and spirit medicines, won't he suspect me, Senior Brother Gu Li and Palace Master Zhu? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he shook his head. The problem you mentioned isn't difficult to solve. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, Elder Hua continued to speak. You can do this. Then, Hua Lao told Duan Ling Tian's idea. After Duan Ling Tian's plan, Duan Ling Tian's, Duan Ling Tian, Hua Lao, isn't this a risk? Duan Ling Tian Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian, Duan and Tian and Duan Tian to escape to Tian kill, Duan. With me around, this plan will be foolproof. Hua Lao said confidently. After waiting for a long time, Hua Lao knew Duan Ling Tian was still hesitating. Think about it carefully. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, it'll be impossible for you to find another opportunity to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in such a short time. Moreover, if this plan succeeds, not only will you obtain all the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden, but you and your companions will also be able to escape successfully. Don't tell me you really plan to stay here with your companions until the 10 years are up? You can wait, but can your wife and daughter wait as well? When Hua Lao reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with temptation, further influencing Duan Lingtian's mind. Duan Lingtian had mentioned Ker to Hua Lao before, so Hua Lao knew about it. Hua Lao, I believe in you. Duan Lingtian, who was still hesitating, felt his head turn hot when he heard Hua Lao's words. He clenched his teeth and decided to use Hua Lao's method to obtain all the spirit herbs and spirit medicines in the herb garden. Moreover, he would seize this opportunity to escape from the clutches of the person who seemed to be at the Saint Celestial stage. Intermediate riches and honor danger stage. Coupled with Hua Lao's cooperation, Duan Lingtian felt the chances of success were very high. However, he did not really believe Hua Lao's words about it being foolproof. After all, nobody knew what would happen next. If a mistake was made at the most critical moment, they would lose everything. However, Hua Lao, I believe in you, but it doesn't mean that Senior Brother Gu Li and Palace Master Zhu will believe in me. After all, this concerns our lives and we can't afford to be careless. Duan Lingtian said again. As long as you're confident, I believe they won't reject you. Hua Lao said. It was obvious he was very confident in Duan Lingtian. I can't guarantee it, but I'll try my best. Hua Lao was confident in Duan Lingtian, but it did not mean he was confident in himself. For this reason, he did not give Hua Lao a definite answer. However, to Duan Lingtian's surprise, when he confidently told Gu Li and Zhu Luqi about Hua Lao's plan, both of them agreed. As long as you know when he's not watching us, this plan is feasible. Zhu Luqi said. I think it's feasible as well. Gu Li chimed in. There's no such thing as a foolproof plan. Even if there's no problem in the beginning, who can guarantee that there won't be any mistakes in the end? Both of you have to think about this carefully. Duan Lingtian said. I've thought about it very clearly. Instead of being imprisoned here for 10 years, why don't we give it our all? Moreover, as long as you know when he's not watching us, the chances of this plan succeeding are very high. Zhu Luqi said again. You're right. Even if it's risky, I, Gu Li, will give it my all. Gu Li agreed with Zhu Luqi's words. Since both of you have agreed, then, how about we carry out the plan tomorrow? Seeing that Zhu Luqi and Gu Li had agreed to it after his reminder, Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Sure. Gu Li and Zhu Luqi nodded in agreement. They had no objections. In addition, in the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of excitement. They were looking forward to the plan tomorrow. That night, Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao discussed the details and finalized every step of the plan. There can't be any mistakes in tomorrow's plan. Late at night, Duan Lingtian stopped discussing with Hua Lao. However, in his heart, he had secretly made up his mind that he would do his best tomorrow to avoid any mistakes in the entire plan. The sky was turning white, and the next day had arrived. He's retracted his divine sense. The plan begins. Duan Lingtian, who was taking care of the spirit herbs and spirit medicine, suddenly heard an old voice. He could tell that it was Hua Lao's voice. Let's go. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian immediately transmitted his voice to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. The two of them, who were already prepared, began to move. After a while, Duan Lingtian and the other two people began to move. In a flash, they disappeared from where they were. Bush, bush, bush. In the next moment, a gust of strong wind seemed to blow in every corner of the herb garden. Duan Lingtian and the other two people began to move rapidly in the herb garden. Wherever the three of them passed, regardless of whether it was the spirit herbs or spirit medicine, they were all uprooted. Every once in a while, Gu Li and Zhu Luqi would hand over all the spoils of war in their hands to Duan Lingtian. This was also mentioned by Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian had a way to hide the spirit herbs and spirit medicine in a place that was not a spatial ring. It was the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Of course, in front of Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, he did not mention the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, nor did he mention that he could hide the spirit herbs and spirit medicine without being discovered. Instead, he said that he had a way to destroy all the spirit herbs and spirit medicine in the herb garden without the owner of the herb garden noticing. This was also the first step of the plan. Without this first step, the rest of the plan could not be carried out. With Duan Lingtian and the other two people's strength, it only took them 15 minutes to pluck all the spirit herbs and spirit medicine in the huge herb garden, leaving only a mess on the ground. Senior, this is bad. The spirit herbs and spirit medicine have been taken away. After Duan Lingtian and the other two people looked at each other, Gu Li took the lead and shouted loudly to remind the owner of the herb garden. His tone was filled with anxiety, and he acted like he was in a hurry. Gu Li's voice was loud to begin with. Coupled with the fact that his shout was filled with the energy of a divine saint stage powerhouse, it immediately alerted the owner of the herb garden. It was also at this moment that Duan Lingtian and the other two people saw the owner of the herb garden for the first time. The owner of the herb garden was an old man with an ordinary appearance. From afar, he had a sage-like air about him. However, at this moment, when the old man looked at the mess in the herb garden, his eyes turned completely red. His face began to twitch as well. It was obvious that he was extremely furious. Senior, that person has gone to the south. Senior, we might still be able to make it if we chase after him now. Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Zhu Luqi looked at the old man anxiously and urged him anxiously. At this moment, they looked a little dejected as though they had just been ambushed. After taking a deep breath, the old man's gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian and the other two people. Remove the ownership of your spatial rings and hand them over. Under the urging of Duan Lingtian and the other two people, the old man did not chase after them directly. Instead, he immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and the other two people and asked them to hand over their spatial rings. However, he spoke very quickly. It was obvious that he was in a hurry to get his hands on Duan Lingtian and the other two people's spatial rings. Why was he in a hurry to get his hands on Duan Lingtian and the other two people's spatial rings? Naturally, he wanted to confirm that the disappearance of the spirit herbs and spirit medicine had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian and the other two people. Then he would head south to chase after the person who had stolen his spirit herbs and spirit medicine. When they heard the old man's words, Duan Lingtian and the other two people frowned. However, under the old man's cold and sharp gaze, they obediently removed the ownership of their spatial rings and handed them over to the old man. Chapter 1889. He's spying on all of you. Hua Lao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears when the old man was spying on Duan Lingtian and his two companions. Duan Lingtian immediately transmitted his voice to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. You can start acting now. Acting. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, whether it was Gu Li or Zhu Luqi, both of them were shocked. The powerhouse who snatched the spirit grasses and spirit medicines away earlier was ridiculously fast. From the beginning until the end, I didn't even have time to react before he snatched all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines away. Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Li and Zhu Luqi in shock and disbelief. It was as though what he had said was true. It's a good thing we didn't go up to stop him after he forced us to retreat. Based on his gaze, I'm afraid we would have been killed if we had gone up to stop him. Gu Li had a fearful expression on his face. He's really strong. I wonder if the owner of this herb garden is a match for him. If we can't catch up to him, I'm afraid we'll have lost all the spirit grasses and spirit medicines for nothing. Zhu Luqi chimed in. Duan Lingtian and his two companions chatted as though there was no one else around. Their words seemed to be very serious, causing the old man who was hiding in the dark to feel at ease. In the next moment, the old man flew out and headed south. The old man's figure flashed out and drew a long heavenly road in the sky. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since someone dared to provoke me? Sun Ying. No matter who it is, you'll definitely die if you dare to touch my things. The old man's eyes gleamed coldly as his voice was bone-chilling. Sun Ying. If a native of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was here, he would definitely be shocked when he heard the old man mentioning his name. The Medicine King, Sun Ying, was a powerful sectless cultivator who was famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Not only was he a quasi-celestial grade saint refinement master who was skilled in the Dao of pills, but he was also a sectless cultivator who was ranked in the top 300 on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, Sun Ying did not expect that he would be fooled by the three fellows from the lower province. The reason why he didn't realize that he had been tricked was because he would never have dreamed that Duan Lingtian and the other two could actually monitor his divine sense and know that he was hiding in the dark at the first moment. Sun Ying was very confident in his own strength. Sun Ying did not expect Duan Lingtian to have someone like Hua Lao by his side to help him. If he had known about Hua Lao's existence, he would have asked Duan Lingtian and the other two to swear on the lightning penalty oath instead of personally verifying that the three Duan Lingtian and the other two did not steal from him. When one's strength had reached Sun Ying's level, it was normal for one to personally do things. Unless there was really no other way, the first thing that came to their mind would not be the lightning penalty oath. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian and the other two would have been in deep trouble this time. As soon as Sun Ying left, Duan Lingtian, who had been reminded by Hua Lao, immediately called out to Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. He's heading south. He won't be back for a while. Let's head west first. Let's move as fast as we can. We'll travel for a month before we think about anything else. Alright. At this moment, whether it was Gu Li or Zhu Luqi, Duan Lingtian was their leader. After the three of them rose into the air, they headed west without looking back. They did not dare to stop for even a moment. Fortunately, that old guy only checked our spatial rings and hid in the dark to spy on us. If he had directly asked us to swear on the lightning penalty oath, we would have been in deep trouble. On the way, Gu Li felt a little relieved. Indeed. Zhu Luqi agreed. After what Gu Li had said, he was also scared out of his wits. However, I'm afraid he would never have dreamed that we would be able to rob his herb garden when he was not monitoring it. Also, he would never have thought that junior brother Ling Tian would be able to discover him hiding in the dark to spy on us. He would never have thought that we would put on a show for him to see. As Gu Li spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration in his eyes. Zhu Luqi also nodded. Until now, he still could not figure out how Duan Lingtian had grasped the opportunity when the owner of the herb garden was monitoring the herb garden. He did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to detect the consciousness of the owner of the herb garden. One had to know that even if he had a higher cultivation base than Duan Lingtian and a stronger consciousness than Duan Lingtian, he still could not detect the consciousness of the owner of the herb garden. However, Duan Lingtian did not, so he and Gu Li tactfully did not ask any more questions. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Listening to the conversation between Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, although Duan Lingtian did not interrupt, the conversation between the two still scared him out of his wits because this was also the problem he was worried about before. Hua Lao, why were you so sure that he would not ask us to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Hua Lao. Previously, he had also told Hua Lao that he was worried that the owner of the herb garden would ask them to swear on the lightning penalty oath, but Hua Lao was very sure that the owner would never ask them to swear on the lightning penalty oath and let him go ahead with the plan. Although he was still a little nervous, Duan Lingtian still decided to fight. Now, he had won and successfully escaped from the herb garden and the control of the owner of the herb garden. Just now, because he was too happy, he had forgotten about this matter for a while. But now, after being reminded by Gu Li and Zhu Luqi, he remembered this matter again, so he could not help but ask Hua Lao. Because of inertial thinking. Hua Lao said, "Inertial thinking?" Duan Lingtian was puzzled. To be precise, it is the inertial thinking of the strong. In the eyes of the owner of the herb garden, the three of you are just like ants. If he wants to know something from you, he has his own methods. There's no need to rely on the lightning penalty oath at all. Hua Lao explained and asked again, "Think about it. If you were in his shoes and faced the same situation, would you ask 3 ants to swear on the lightning penalty oath?" When Duan Lingtian heard this, he fell silent for a moment. In the next moment, he imagined himself in the shoes of the medicine garden's master. Facing the same situation, facing 3 ant-like existences, he would only subconsciously use his own methods to obtain the truth of the matter and not rely on the lightning penalty oath. He didn't expect me to have your help, Hua Lao. Otherwise, he would definitely regret his actions. After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian also understood what the so-called inertial thinking of the strong was all about. It was a kind of arrogance, and almost blind belief in oneself. Apart from that, ordinary people would not expect you to have the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to hide stolen goods. Hua Lao smiled. "No matter what, it's all thanks to you that we were able to escape this time." Hua Lao, thank you Hua Lao. Duan Lingtian sincerely thanked Hua Lao. Although he was now the owner of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and Hua Lao was the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, it could be said that he was also Hua Lao's master. However, he had never treated Hua Lao as a servant. From the beginning to the end, he had always treated Hua Lao as an elder. As it turned out, he was right to do so. At the very least, all this time, Hua Lao had been helping him without holding back and did not hold back at all. While Duan Lingtian and the other 2 traveled west for more than 10 days, Sun Ying, who was traveling south, still did not manage to catch up to the person who robbed his herb garden. He did not even manage to find a trace of the person who robbed his herb garden. Don't tell me that person's strength is not inferior to mine? Sun Ying's expression was grave as he hovered in the air and looked down at the empty land beneath his feet. However, he felt that it was impossible when he thought about it. In the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only about 200 people whose strength was not inferior to his. They were all famous powerhouses on the Supreme Saint ranking. These powerhouses would not stoop so low as to do such a sneaky thing. Moreover, in the eyes of these powerhouses, although the spirit grasses and spirit medicines he planted were not bad, they were not worth the risk of offending him. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, in terms of strength, he was only ranked in the top 300. However, in terms of alchemy Dao, as a quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Master, he could be ranked in the top 3 among all the alchemy Dao Saint Refinement Masters in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was not worth offending him for the sake of spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Don't tell me that fellow did it? Sun Ying's eyes gleamed coldly as he thought of one of his rivals. Among all his rivals, it seemed like only that person was stronger than him. However, Sun Ying quickly dismissed this possibility. That's not right. There are less than 5 people in the upper province who know the location of my herb garden. It's impossible for that fellow to know the location of my herb garden. There's only one possibility left. There's something wrong with those 3 ants from the lower province. The moment Sun Ying thought of this, he immediately turned around. When he returned to his herb garden, he discovered that the 3 people from the lower province whom he regarded as ants had already left. Even after he searched the north, west, and east for a while, he still could not find any trace of the 3 people. At this moment, he was certain the 3 people from the lower province had already left. Moreover, they had left a long time ago. They actually fled. Don't tell me they really did it? Sun Ying's eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. However, until now, Sun Ying only suspected Duan Lingtian and the other 2. He was not sure if the 3 Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 had robbed the spirit grasses and spirit medicines in his herb garden. First of all, he did not think the 3 Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 would dare to do that under his watch. After all, he did not think the 3 Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 would know when he was not monitoring the herb garden. Secondly, he did not think the conversation between the 3 Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 was an act. He did not think the 3 Duan Ling Tian and the other 2 would be able to discover him when he was hiding in the dark. However, even if they didn't do it, they still dared to leave without saying a word. How dare they ignore my words and leave on their own? If we meet them again in the future, they will definitely die. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.